And my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still got my heel crushing the stake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. The noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. The noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused.
list of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
아, T1! 이와 또다시 당신들입니까?
너의 계절이다.
미천을 뛰고 있는 T1!
대왕 마유시야.
에이스를 띄웁니다!
지원 압도적이죠.
T1이면 심상치 않거든요! 서커스의 정점이죠. 이제 우리가 간다! T1! 누가 이 T1을 막을 수 있겠습니까?
LCK 비자. 이거 롤러코스터 운행하는 거 맞아요. 기억을 찾은 KT 돌아왔구나.
역시 서머의 KT
고점의 KT. KT 롤러코스터 올라갑니다. 나이다.
이것이 팬분들도 관계자도 미치게 하는 KT
크레이지 KT.
통진사 라이벌전입니다!
슈퍼 울트라 메가 크레이지 세러데이 쇼다운 가자.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Uribank LCK 2024 Finals. I'm Atlas, this is Orcs. It is time for the telecom war, and in the wise words of DMX, we gon' give it to you. We are ready, because this one is not like the others, right?
ready as we can be. You can never fully be ready.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Because I don't think anyone's ever actually ready, and we're not going to assume that the fans at home don't understand. That's exactly how things go when it comes to not only the telecom war, but also the fifth match. Because in general, the fourth seed should probably be the strongest. They come in with side selection and they should win. They have never won. Since we've had this format,
Wow.
the fourth place team has never won. If T1 does it, they'll be the first team to do so. It is actually kind of insane. Yesterday, we did have D+ taking the victory over BNK FRX. It was a 3-1. It was pretty straightforward, to be perfectly honest. Today, probably not going to be that.
No, I don't think so either. I think KT are anything but straightforwards, and I think both teams have had their ups and downs. T1 obviously not in the form most fans are hoping for, but the expectation is always that when it comes to playoffs, they'll ramp up. And KT, I just...
Good luck, Orcs.
I don't even know.
This is the 10th Telecom War best of 5 that we've had. And this is the most insane stat ever. 50% of the time, sorry, this is the 11th. There have been 10. It is 50% of the time it goes to 5 games. Or over that. Because there has only been 9. This is actually going to be the 10th. So I was right the first time. So 5 out of the 9 has been a full 5 games. It's actually absolutely insane between these two squads because a 5th game is not a common occurrence. But when it comes to these two teams, it absolutely is.
Yep, it's always just such a battle between them, especially in recent history. And Azir getting buffed on the patch.
Yeah.
Pretty nice for both of these players. I feel like, Faker's form has been a little bit hit or miss recently, but it's kind of just been stick him on Azir and he's good.
Yep. And also, he can break a record in theory. If this series goes to 4 games and he plays Azir every single time, he will be the very first player ever to get 100 wins on a champion in the LCK, which is pretty absurd. Of course, Faker is always the first one to break these records because he's been around the longest, played the most games, done the most winning. So it does make a whole lot of sense, but it is still completely nuts. Carrier versus Beryl, their first best of 5 after 2 years. This is kind of nutty. I actually didn't even think about this.
It's just insane that Beryl he just ramps up.
Yep.
Specifically, there's a lot of things like even years, but also just when he's against Carrier.
Yeah, that's sort of how it kind of goes between these two teams. Let's have a look at some of the predictions here. And I expect this to be all over the place. Oh, Pony, the only one with a KT roster prediction. I think we're all T1. So never mind, it's not all over the place. It's all over the place when it comes to the scoreline. A lot of 3-2s. But otherwise, KT fans probably breathing a sigh of relief here.
Yeah, maybe a little bit upset with Pony.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much faith, isn't it? Like 1 out of 11 or something like that.
I think if it was all T1 fans would be extremely worried.
Yeah.
This definitely isn't helping them out. Isn't calming the nerves.
And look at this 25% that are voting for KT. They are T1 fans. That is confirmed. They are playing both sides right now. There is a giggling BDD as he looks at all of the T1 predictions, and we'll see whether that is what's going to happen once again. Because, okay, we had to put in predictions for this series. I would have probably abstained if I was given the choice. Because I actually think that a coin wins.
Yeah.
Because it's just a 50-50 between these two squads, between KT and literally anyone. There's only one team that has beaten them consistently this season, and that is D+. They rolled heads twice, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to predict a series like this.
It is completely ridiculous. But let's hear from the coaches and what they have to say.
안녕하세요. T1 감독 꼬마 김정균입니다. 예상할 때는 KT를 만날 것 같았었는데 KT를 만나게 된 것 같아요. 꼭 이겨야 되는 상대이기 때문에 오늘 꼭 승리하겠습니다. 컨디션은 괜찮은 것 같아요. 다전제이고 조커픽이 나올 수 있는데 그때 중간중간 수정을 잘하면 오늘 이길 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 다전제이고 또 새로운 버전이기 때문에 다양하게 준비했습니다. 정말 선수단과 열심히 준비했습니다. 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. T1 화이팅!
안녕하세요. KT 롤스터 코치 최승민입니다. 네, 플레이오프에서는 쉬운 팀이 없다고 생각을 하고 있고 우승을 하기 위해서는 다 이겨야 되기 때문에 이겨야 되는 팀 중에 하나라고 생각하고 있습니다. 저희가 좀 컨디션에 따라서 경기력이 좀 좌지우지 많이 된다고 생각을 해서 일단 좀 평소와 다르게 좀 일찍 취침도 하고 해서 좀 컨디션은 좋은 것 같습니다. T1은 항상 다전제에서 강력한 모습을 보이고 픽이나 그날 플레이나 좀 쉽지 않은 팀이긴 한데 또 저희 팀이 충분히 고점만 낸다면 충분히 이길 수 있는 팀이라고 생각을 합니다. 일단 진다는 생각은 안 하고 왔고요. 무조건 이겨서 2라운드로 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다. KT 화이팅!
I just love that Supreme is basically at his wit's end. He's like, I don't know what's going to happen. Their form seems to change. Let's see if putting them to bed early is going to be the way to make it work. And honestly, I don't blame him at all.
Maybe they've when they beat Gen G, they're like, what was different about that day?
What did we have for breakfast? What kind of kimbap was at the store,
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that go into this, and as we anticipate the players making their way out into LoL Park here, I still just don't have anything for you. This is the thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut straight to it. We're going to be introducing the top laners first, and Zeus will be making his way down now, the god of the cannon.
Always a player loves leaning into those range tops, and in the recent series, really kind of just able to take over. I think T1 fans hoping we see more of that form from him.
See what we can actually get out of Zeus here, because I think he's been under fire a little bit. I mentioned the cannon. I immediately then felt that little bit of regret because some of his performances haven't been up to the expectations that a lot of people have for this guy on his signature pick. See what he can actually get done here today, where the perfect is going to be the one that can actually put up a fight against him. Because this has been a little bit of a one-sided one on the top side of the map specifically, just because Zeus is so incredibly oppressive. But you can see this is a guy that has gone from strength to strength. He was the most difficult part of voting for, Rookie of the Split, things like this, right? Because he has just been so incredibly consistent for such a new player. Yeah, and it's been incredibly impressive.
And I think if it wasn't for Lucid, he definitely would have had a really strong argument for getting that Rookie to Split spot. I think he's been pretty consistent for KT, which is a rarity when it comes to this roster. Not always had the best performances, but I think he's been solid for them and still got a lot of opportunity to grow.
See whether he can grow in this series as well. But a man that needs absolutely no criticism and no real introduction here, Owner has been incredible for T1. I think the most consistent member of this team, and honestly, no notes. This guy's just real good.
Yep, he's been playing really well, even when the team has struggled, and I think there's honestly a conversation that if he hadn't been playing at his level, would T1 be in 6th position, would they've already played D+, maybe even 7th? He's pulled out some massive performances when the team has been slumping and really got them to the place they are right now.
Yeah, got to make sure that you're paying attention when your fan signs are on the screen. Hilarious. Anyway, I think we need to get into Pyoshik, because this is one that might need a little bit more explanation. I don't necessarily understand how this guy makes it happen, but on some days he is the best jungler in the universe, and on other days he stayed at home.
It's vibes.
It's crazy.
It's just pure vibes, and I kind of talked about this with you, Max, the other day, how it looks so fun being on KT.
Oh, yeah.
And really, Pyoshik is so much that person who always seems to be having a good time. But when he is playing well, he can really be the driving force for this team.
He really can. And you mentioned vibes. I think that is absolutely what KT revolves around. This is a group of players that wanted to play together, and they're going to be taking on a god here today. Faker in the mid lane. We mentioned the fact that, he is aiming for 100 on Azir, which is just insanity. This guy, I think, has had a rougher season than he has had in the past, but I don't think that he's ever one that can be counted out, especially when you get to best of 5s.
Yeah, I mean, he had such strong individual form last year at Worlds, even spring regular season. Felt like since then he's been struggling a bit individually, but he's gone through such a massive career. There's been ups and downs. He always finds a way to bring it back.
It's going to be an interesting little look into what we have to expect for these playoffs, because if T1 and Faker just roll over the top of KT, it could just be all of the fans saying, well, we're now all relieved because we're heading towards Worlds and things are going to look good. But this guy is standing on the other side of him. BDD, he has had huge game performances in the past. I still remember, those 5 games that they went to in Worlds in 2021. When he was on Gen G, he was an absolute monster, trying to put the whole team on his back. And this season, he has been the best player on this team.
Yep, the only player from KT to make it to the All-Pro.
Yep.
And absolutely deserved. I think individually his performance has been really strong, leaning well into those 80 carry mid picks.
And now we head towards the bottom side of the map. And I think this is where a lot of fans' attention is going to be. And especially after the patch as well, with some nerfs coming into some 80 carries. Gumayusi going to be making his way out first. And I'm a little bit worried for KT, because if Gumayusi Keria are just on form today, I just don't think that they're going to stand a chance.
Yeah, it might be really rough. And Guma has been the rock for a lot of fans, even when the team has been hit and miss. It just feels like he's always putting in those solid performances, always able to make an impact on the AD carry. Obviously, AD carry a role that is very team reliant, but Uma does put the work in.
He does. And there's a lot of picks that are starting to come in that I think he can really excel on. And he's up against this guy, a man who has been dancing for quite a while. We've had some conversations about the last one. This may not be the last, and it definitely won't, because of course they will be making it to the World's Gauntlet no matter what happens here today. If they lose, then they will be facing off against B&K in the first round. Otherwise, sky's the limit here for KT. And Def, let's see if the Alpaca can get it done.
Yeah, he's had some great games this season on Ezreal. I feel like he struggled a bit after they got nerfed out of the meta.
Yeah.
Hopefully able to find some picks that really work for him in this series.
And now we get to turn our attention towards the support matchup. And I actually think that this is my favorite part of the walkouts, is the fact that supports come out last, because they're saving the best till last for this particular matchup. Carrier versus Beryl is a matchup for the ages. This is one, we're going to start with Carrier. This is one that has been heartbreak and elation of equal measure for this gentleman that's making his walkout right now. Losing that final in 2022 was absolutely devastating, but you can see how he bounced back. He managed to actually win it the next time around, and I think since then has really kind of got the monkey off his shoulder.
Yeah, I think Carrier's been such a creative player when it comes to support picks, and we've had metas defined really by his gameplay. I don't think he's had as much freedom to do that right now. It's been very much about those engaged supports, but they're looking to get nerfed before Worlds, so, you know, T1, they make it there, might just be right up Carrier's street, but he still has to play on the current patch. Things like Senna might be in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's very true, and we know that he has an eclectic champion pool. This guy is just an eclectic guy. Beryl making his way down now. And look, I don't want to say things about, you know, bias and stuff like that, but he's one of my favorite players. We have to admit it. And it's mainly because this guy will play absolutely anything, and you never know what to expect. He keeps you on your toes. He could just run it down all day today. Yeah, that could just be a thing. Or he could bring out all sorts of crazy picks and show that he has broken the meta already. We just don't know.
And there's a couple of things he's dialed in for: Genshin expansions, and smoking Carrier.
And it's an even year as well.
Oh yeah.
So the signs are pointing towards KT. So the likelihood of a T1 3-0 is through the roof for this one. T1 fans, I would probably not look at the things pointing towards a KT victory as being a positive thing for KT, because we know as soon as expectations get there, things just fall apart. Right now, with the fact that there is also the jinx of the 5th, 4th place as well, that is working in T1's favor, because that assumes that KT are likely to win this series as well. So there are a lot of things on both sides pointing in both directions.
Need a pros and cons column on it.
Yeah, and actually what we should do
weigh
is
it up.
we should just flip a coin, folks. I really meant to bring a coin today, but I forgot. We're going to have a look at the key player matchup instead. It's going to be Faker versus BDD in the mid lane. I think you could almost take any matchup and call it the key player matchup. But I think with Azir freshly buffed, this makes a lot of sense.
And I think, honestly, BDD's shown to be really comfortable in the meta on a range of picks. They obviously have been toned down a bit with the changes.
Yep.
I think for KT, don't give Faker Azir, ever, at all. Pick it yourself. If you're on blue side, if you're on red side, ban it away, because I feel like when Faker's form has been a little bit off, that pick has been such a huge comfort for him. We've seen him be able to perform on it in lane, but also make some huge plays, like everyone remembers the play against Ruler in the semi-finals last year. So I think KT, that should be top of the list for their strategies going into this series.
I think so too. I think there's a lot of curveballs that are getting ready to be thrown as well, as sexy BDD here on this side. And he has had some sexy moments in the LCK in the regular season. Has also had some face plants, much like most of KT. And so we'll just have to see which version of the team we are going to get today. That is the thing. That's what's going to set us up for a 5-game banger or not.
Yeah, I mean,
whether they turn up.
Whether we get a singular version of KT, you know, it could be in flux throughout the series. We really have to observe them, but then it's still changing state as we go along.
Well, you can see Yoshik having a little bit of a rest and relax. I'm a little bit worried about that, you know. I don't want them looking sleepy after Supreme just claimed that they had a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Okay, that might show that they've been under the covers playing Game Boy when they're not supposed to.
I could totally see Yoshik doing that.
Did you used to do that?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, who didn't as a kid?
That's actually so true. I mean, Sign off in chat and let us know whether you actually did that. You know, mum and dad saying you got to go to bed now, and then you're just sitting there under the covers making sure that there's no light coming through the window.
That was the tech. The difficulty was, especially when it was the original Game Boy, which wasn't backlit.
Yeah.
Finding ways.
Did you get the little bendy light that could plug into the side?
Yeah, and it had like the big frame.
Yeah. Oh man.
But before I had that, you know, it was a struggle to find ways to have enough light to play, but not enough so that I'd gone
Exactly. You can't give it away. You absolutely can't give it away. And hopefully Pyosik didn't either, because if he got yelled at as well before the series, then that would be even worse for the vibes. And I'm assuming everything is going to be okay. That is a look of a Hirai that did not catch Pyosik playing Game Boy last night. That's what I'm assuming.
But just because he didn't catch him didn't mean he wasn't.
That's true. But if he feels like he got away with it, then that's euphoria that's pumped directly into your veins. Everyone remembers that. Let's dive into the draft and stop talking about this now as we get ready for the Telecom War best of 5 here in our second playoff match. Still here in round 1. This is single elimination. Whoever loses here goes straight to the World's Gauntlet, and in KT's case, they're going straight to round 1 as well. They're going to have to fight all the way back up again. Double trees to be taken away from Pyosik here, and we can see Rumble and Ash already taken away. The Ash ban makes a lot of sense against both Gumushi and Kerio, but there is no Azir ban yet, as the Vi is also taken away. A lot of junglers removed, even the jungle removed.
Yeah, and also, you know, we didn't see any Senna yesterday. We've seen LCS playing a bit, been really high priority. Faker has been spamming the
He has.
in solo queue, so they are going to ban that away. Senna is open, Azir is open. I feel like yesterday we didn't see any Senna. Expect it more today, potentially, from these teams, but it's just going to be that first pick, Azir from T1. I don't think that's any surprise. Faker leaning on that pick, which is obviously very experienced on. And immediately KT go for the Renekton Sejuani combo.
Yeah.
I think prioritizing the Sejuani when you have 3 jungle bans already makes a decent amount of sense. Renekton, obviously a pick we've seen quite high priority on, does pair up well. Nice to see a champion who can actually stack the Sejuani permafrost rather than sometimes when we get like the 4-range champion.
Yeah, the good old Kennen Ari Sejuani or something like that, which would be very tragic. It does give Owner the ability to head towards the Lilia. It doesn't fill you with joy to see it alongside an Azir necessarily, but it is still very, very powerful in the jungle and can really start messing up Pyosik's day. See where Faker goes. Could be a lock-in towards the top side of the map in order to just round out that top side, save the bottom lane to try and get some sort of counter pick after that 4th does come in for KT. Or they lock away something of the priority variety. Could be an option here, but they can already see the Renekton, so you could theoretically go into that.
Oh.
It will just be Senna. There it is. Finally, we see this pick. We were talking about it all yesterday. It just didn't get a look in, and finally it will be locked away as BDD locks up the Smolder. This could be for Deft and could be for BDD. BDD, of course, debuting it in the mid lane to a victory against, you know, a decent opposition, if I recall correctly, as Kennen going to be taken away from Zeus now that they do have the opportunity to do so. Yeah,
interesting they ban the Kennen when it's already an AP heavy top side, but obviously could be AD Kennen.
Yep.
I wonder what they are going to pair with the Senna and what they might ban away. Kalista Senna was played last night in the LCS, and obviously would be something T1 would be very comfortable with. A lot of lane pressure into a Smolder.
Yep.
Also, you have the safety net for the Senna. You know, if you can't engage on her and kill her, she gets so much value. I think this champion is ridiculously broken. The healing on her kit is just absurd. And yes, you have a Smolder who scales well, but if you get to 3 items at the center, the game's just over. Caitlyn ban going to come through, so obviously still very aware the Smolder will be going in mid lane. And really, it's up to KT in this situation if they want to go for the Seraphine. So this could be a bot lane Seraphine, as in like AD carry, or it could be in the support role. We saw Ash Seraphine played yesterday. It does feel like a bit like they want to match scaling with scaling, and also you have the powerful engage potential. So if Renekton and Sejuani go in, you can ult over the top.
And it also synergizes quite well with Mom as well, if you've got Seraphine and Smolder standing in a similar position. Line them up and knock them down is the theory, as Olaf is just going to be locked in. Of course it is. That's Yasuo. I don't know where that would be going, as I assume it's Figumi Ishii alongside Carrier's Senna. That could be a lot of fun.
We've seen them play Senna Yasuo, not the most synergy between the two kits, but the wind wall has a lot of value in this situation.
Hang on.
The
Neela to come in.
The thing is, you already do so much healing, and you get the amplified healing from the Neela. It's a little bit disgusting, but it does mean KT gonna look for something like the MF here. A lot of power with that bot side. The 3 ultimates of the Smolder, the Seraphine, and the MF. Insane amounts of power, but they are playing into this Senna who, you know, the healing potential, the ult potential, the shielding available is a bit absurd. I think KT, you know, they've got some strong aspects of the composition. If we get a late game, obviously the Smolder can be really powerful. But I feel like when you have this Olaf, if Zeus gets ahead in this pick and you have a Senna backing you up with this healing, it's going to be impossible to take anyone down. The Lilia as well.
Yeah.
And I think it might be quite hard to pin down these targets and keep them inside the MF ultimate if they're, you know, an Olaf can't BCC, the Lilia very, very mobile and can build Zhonya's.
And I just think with all of the slows as well, you're never getting away from this team. What with Undertows and Piercing Darknesses and everything that is going to be raining down, I feel like that allows Ona to always be in position to burn you to death over and over again. Faker's setup for these Emperor's Divides is going to be very deadly in this game. And I think that KT, they have to get everything in line. They have to just burst them down in a second to be able to achieve anything in this game. And I think that it's going to start with needing a good start in this game as well. A beautiful draft, I think, from T1 in this one. I think blue side does give you a little bit of an advantage on that front, but I think also after all those advantages came through, they only made it better.
You know, the fact they locked in the center, immediately a good draft.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. That is exactly what I was thinking. Is KT going to be the first ones to try and deal with it? See what happens here as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1 of the Telecom War.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh man, KT fans pretty loud here today, but T1 no slouches either. As Pioshik will be able to find Ona moving towards his jungle. We'll be backing away, giving them the good old OK there. As Carrier walking in alongside them. Don't know whether this necessarily means we will have any sort of lane swap shenanigans, but Pioshik is going to take a bunch of damage.
Yep, and it looks like we can see Guma moving up. Potentially wanting to go towards the top side. We'll see what they end up doing. Looks like they're not going to swap in the end. They were just trying to force Pioshik away, maybe threaten it. And actually we see Beryl moving up to try and defend this top side jungle. So a lot of just in position. There is a ward here that will spot T1.
Yeah.
Some information here, but they do know. Carrier comes out with a sweeper. And I think KT definitely want normal lanes here. The Senna, Neela, even though the sustain is pretty big, you're going to get poked out a fair bit with one of your champions being melee in the early lane. And this is what Olaf can just do. His level 1, absurdly powerful.
Yeah, and the fact that KT actually tried to go for a bit of a contest there is kind of confusing, just because this 1-2 punch of the top and jungle on T1 side, very, very strong at this stage. Having a look here towards the bottom side of the map, it is going to be sustain versus sustain with this Seraphine and Senna. Deft, I think, will have a fair bit of power, though, in the early game, as you can see already, proccing that passive on Gumayushi and doing a fair bit here on this MF. And the Neela really starting to struggle as the heal is having to be used.
Yeah, just a really rough one. The Q cooldown, such a high cooldown at this point for the Senna, and you just don't have the poke to match up against Deft and Beryl in this situation.
Yeah, T1 fans already starting to get nervous. I don't know whether you should at this point, because you know there's 3. You have to win at least 3. So even if they lost this one, it's no worries. It's fine. Let's we can just chill out for this game. We can start getting anxious in the next couple, perhaps. But if this draft does what it says on the tin, I think that T1 not needing to be worried for quite some time, as that Undertow is going to miss, but Zeus does not care. He just hits perfect with a bunch of other buttons and some autos, and the Olaf is just sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, which is good. You have to be cautious if Pioshik moves up there. Obviously, the setup with the Sejuani Renekton is really high, really easy to execute on that Olaf, especially when Zeus has no Ghost available. But in the 1v1, having a great time. And if the Olaf becomes stronger, it really ups the value of this Senna. We've seen the Senna Neela before when Nongshim played it, and it was very much around giving that extra XP to the Senna, So the fasting center was nowhere nearly as behind as she normally is, and became that big carry sooner. It's going to be a bit different in this one. You're not going to be doing nearly as much damage for this center. Typically, the build we've been seeing is Echoes of Helia, Moonstone, Dawncore.
Yep.
And, Exo Helia is great one-item spike, but when you get Moonstone, when you get Dawncore, the healing just becomes absurd. But you're not really that big damage step. But I think that's fine with this composition. Even if Neela isn't able to do a ton of damage herself, you have triple damage threat on the top side really to provide. So, if you get Carrier to a position where he's got items, he's got levels, it's just game warping how much sustain this champion has.
Yeah, and there is a lot of sustained damage on the side of T1 as well. I mean, you look at Lilia and the Azir, they're sort of known for being able to just continue to dish out damage, what with Ona stacking up that Q over and over again, just spinning around. He's going to demonstrate that for us here, I assume. Never mind, he's just going to be moving away from Goshik after getting some information.
Oh, gives him a bit of a hand. That's nice.
There we go. Cheers for that. Maybe he can get something with some of the dot, but not going to happen. Just going to get to work on the Gromp. You can see it back coming through here for Perfect, who was able to shove that lane back out again. Seeing whether he's going to use that teleport, we can see Zeus teleported back towards the top side of the map, but Perfect electing not to do so, considering the wave state. As high note coming down there from Beryl, just trying to soften up the T1 bottom lane. You can see Gumayusi was able to get that shove out, and so what was a decent CS advantage for Deft is now completely eliminated. They are going to go for their reset now.
If the game keeps going this direction, I think T1 can be pretty happy with it. See what happens when skirmishes start breaking out. And that's one of the things when you have this Smolder in the mid lane. Not the best when it comes to skirmishes, especially when it's paired up with the Sejuani. Not a ton of synergy there. You are just hoping to scale up and just become, hit those stacks, become strong then.
Yep. Zeus almost towards that Ragnarok, as that's when you do get very, very dangerous. The Renekton can't do that one job that he has, which is stun things. You do have to press R in order to make that one happen, but if Zeus goes for an all-in, then it's going to be very difficult for Perfect to figure it out, unless he's just stronger. And right now, it's not looking like that is necessarily the case.
Oh, we've seen a swap come in, though, with Deft walking up towards the top side.
Yeah, and a teleport immediately just going to be used here by Perfect to get towards that bottom side of the map. Catches that big old wave that is going to be heading down here, and didn't actually go back beforehand or anything like that. So hasn't actually fought, as these plates are now starting to go down. And the back comes through from Zeus. I think this is just to try and maximize on that teleport advantage that Perfect was able to create for himself.
Yeah,
KT can then get themselves the grubs.
Yeah, they really want those grubs. I guess part of it may also just be avoiding...
Okay, Flap, pretty powerful there against walls, even if they are just constructed by an Emperor of Shurima.
Yeah, a little bit off there from Faker, but to be honest, don't think they would have killed BDD there, even if the ult did connect. Ona doesn't have his ult, probably would have just been a flash, but still a bit unfortunate, could move some BDD.
Yoshik is going to be able to lock down the third. So there we go, they got exactly what they wanted. Looks like Ona will be able to get himself the Rift Scuttler though. Yoshik not going to be able to get in line for the smite, as Def has hit level 6. Perfect going for a little bit of a harass attempt onto Gumayusi, who just says no.
This is one of the problems with kind of leaving this lane as 1v2, is the Neela is so fast at taking towers, and the fact you can just queue them, but also Renekton has no recourse when she can just W and then dodge your main source of power as a Renekton, which is that stun. Honestly, it's part of the reason there is so much value with the Neela in this game, is you can't stack Sejuani passive, Perfect can't stun, a lot of auto attackers in the team of KT. The W value from the Neela going to be pretty high in this one.
Yeah, we'll see how well Gumayusi can utilize it here at the same time as Zeus is between turrets. Level 7 as well, as Perfect is just going to try and stun him up with that Ruthless Predator. We'll be able to make it back to his turret here, but Zeus just cleans up the whole wave before it even really arrives, and Ona is going to be able to steal away the red buff as well. And as you can see, what this is translated to is about a 700 gold lead here as we crest the 8-minute mark. Looks like KT, with their 3 grubs though, are also going to be able to start up this dragon. And so a bit of investing for the future, you could say.
Yep, looks like a lot of objective focus from KT, really trying to get these on lock, but T1 seem not really too focused on that, just trying to secure gold where they can on the map. And won't even look to contest this Mountain Dragon at all.
And I don't mind that at all, to be honest. I think that T1 just wanting to set themselves up for a mid-game where they can still fight. And I think that that is something that they should be able to achieve with what their game plan and focus has been. That gold lead is only extended a little bit as the Dragon was taken down here by KT. Deft looking to try and hold on to this minion wave, get a little bit of control back.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of a slow one so far. Not too much come out from this. I feel like both teams kind of testing the waters a little bit, but also when you have both teams having big scaling elements like this, it doesn't feel as much as a rush and need to force too much too early.
Oh, Gumiushi taking a lot of damage here as Keria once again having to use that heal. Now that it's a 2v2 once more, looks like KT going to be feeling all right about it. As Pyosik going to get bowled at. And Mom comes down in the mid lane as well. We saw that a little bit off screen.
Yeah, just a wave clear.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting, you know, Keria using the heal just in the trade quite aggressively for the second time. And also BDG using that to clear, but now our lane's been pretty rough for Perfect so far. Just get a good stun trade back there, but he's definitely not been having a great time in this matchup. Zeus really enjoying playing the Olaf into this Renekton.
Yeah, it has been a pretty good punishment option that they've been able to utilize. We haven't seen Pyosik up there at all to try and sort of capitalize on the 1-2 punch. Pre-6, of course, it is certainly an option against the Olaf, especially one that didn't have the Ghost, but that unfortunately wasn't something that KT were able to orchestrate. And Owner has just had his run of the jungle right now, as you can see, taking down yet another camp, and is up by about 4 by my count, as we can see right now. So really just having this jungle on lock. And that's what this Lilia really has turned into. Just massive tempo advantages that you can build for yourself on this champion. Open up the map for your team.
Yeah, and the ult power just so massive as well. Do you see Locket picked up from Pyosik early on? I think he was actually the first Sejuani to start doing this. We saw Maokai switching to Locket instead of Zeke's as their first item. But a lot of our LCK Sejuanis have stuck with Zeke's, and Pyosik was the first to actually start building Locket. A lot of value against all that AoE damage from the other side. And you can often have situations where, compared to something like a Lilia, who obviously you got that Liandry's first, you know, in a short skirmish, the value of that shield can be so massive.
Well, now you've got T1 moving on over to try and take these grubs. It is on full vision here of KT. As you can see that control ward in the back of the pit. Looks like they're just happy to trade it and get towards 3-3. As Beryl throws down a high note. Nice drop of the beat there. As Gumiushi's going to get healed back to full, basically, nullifying all of that effort. With a Piercing Darkness, as Senna is wont to do. You can see not too many clues when it comes to exactly what the build is going to look like here for Keria, but it is likely going to be what you were talking about before, with that Helia coming in first.
Yeah, Pyosik is hovering around the bot lane, but I think it's too risky to go for a dive when cleanses up for Guma, and he just have that ult as well, so he'll just steal away some camps in the situation, not looking to contest those grubs. About 1,000 gold lead for T1 right now. A lot of it off those plates picked up that they managed to get, and also a bit of farm lead in the jungle. Next Dragon at minute 30 might be the first point we actually see a fight between these teams.
Well, BDD taking a little bit of poke, does flap his way away from Faker here. He's putting on a lot of pressure, picking up a plate for himself here as well, as BDD just doing his very best to claim as many stacks as he can. Didn't really have a peek at what the stacks look like right now. Currently ahead in farm by just a little bit, as Owner is going to take down yet another Rift Scuttler. This might be a first blood opportunity here, as Perfect looking to try and get himself out. Don't know whether he got himself a dice, as he's not even going to be sleepy. He's just going to be sent home, does have his teleport, and yeah, it's very annoying, isn't it? There we go.
With the Leandries as well, takes so long to get the recall off. But it looks like T1 not even really putting too much attention down towards the Dragon, instead looking to see if they can threaten a dive on a Perfect. Definitely capable of doing this in a 2v1. BDD does have teleport if he wants to defend, but it looks like the focus for KT is down towards that Dragon again.
Yep. You can see KT have not done a lot of damage to structures here in this game. As Owner is going to try and put Pyosik to sleep. The prison does come down, but there's the Emperor's Divide. Mom comes through as well, but there is just nothing Pyosik can do. Encore is going to connect here onto the Lilia, but the Dawning Shadow is there in response. And Beryl and BDD just not with enough damage by the looks of things. A Q does come down, but this is a very early Smolder the flash forward. And BDD not able to do enough to take down Faker's Azir.
The damage just isn't there yet from the Smolder, especially when there's a Senna on the other side. The healing's not really kicking in yet from Keria, but it's enough to keep them healthy. BDD not even at 125 stacks now. It's a good play from T1 to take out Pyoshik and kind of reset KT's tempo. The map, you can see they were setting up down towards that bot side. The jungler dying, they kind of have to give it up. And here, Pyoshik knew the owner was topside, but didn't expect to get engaged on here when you have flashes. Sejuani, a Faker gets the shuffle, flashes out of the tower. The root's there from Kerry to follow up. A great initial pick, and then just to sustain here, a bit of shielding comes in for the center, but the heals consistently, meaning that just BDD doesn't have enough damage to take anyone out.
Yeah, I think he saw that Q damage and was like with Beryl there as well, but the extra heal does come on through. KT's still able to get back out onto the map and take themselves an Infernal Drake, and that is Hextech Soul. Mountain Infernal Hextech. That is terrifying. The Hextech Gates now up and available as well for that extra maneuverability.
And I think this is pretty good for KT because 2k gold deficit, obviously not ideal. Playing into like the center who's starting to get items, not ideal, but you have 2 dragons. It's a Hextech Soul. That is such a powerful one to get. You really feel good that you kind of been rewarded for your early investment into those dragons. Beryl, though, could be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, he doesn't have flash, nor does he have heal. He has nothing. He's just dead. That is Gumiishi picking up that kill. And sometimes when you're playing these enchanted supports, you need to be a little bit careful with where you step.
Yep, that's the danger of playing something like the Seraphine. If you're out of position, not much you can do to kind of disengage from that and just get picked off by T1.
Oh dear. Some of the cracks starting to show here for KT here in this game number 1. Pyoshik getting down a control ward just to try and make sure that BDD is going to be safe. With Carrier moving over, probably a good idea. As there goes the cannon, at least the money is going to be built up there.
And Def's already got the
Executioners.
Executioners, goodbye, very goodbye, especially when Guma has the Bloodthirster. I feel like a Serpent's Fang. It feels really awkward to fit in your build, but might be needed. We'll see later when we see some of these Senna ultimates, sorry. And yeah, Beryl just overstepping, gets caught here, and when Guma comes in on the flank, it's just over. There's no way you get out of this situation.
Yep. Not really much of a hope there. And maybe just an optimistic ward opportunity that he thought he was safe to do. Certainly was not, as Wave going to be shoved in here by Deft. He is ahead once again as far as farm is concerned. BDD doing a good job as well. But Neela being only like 2 CS behind is a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, and
in my
also
book.
part of the fact of having a Neela, Carrier is 2 levels up on Beryl.
Yeah.
Which is pretty concerning. Doesn't quite have that Helia yet, but that's a decent spike. But really 2 items is just where this champion just starts to take over the game. So I think with the fact that T1 already have a gold lead, it's really, really good for them. You know, they'll feel good as the game goes on, and I think this dragon fight in 2 minutes 30 might dictate the rest of the game. If KT can get that dragon, maybe even if they lose the fight, but don't lose it too badly, it still feels like hopes are alive, because then the Hextech Soul is still in the cards. But if T1 secure that, I think the game's going to become very dangerous very quickly.
Yeah, and I think that T1 still has kind of a bit of onus on them to try and close this one out as quickly as possible before BDD, you know, gets up to 750 stacks or whatever number we saw yesterday with all the smolders that were coming out. But right now, Faker is going to do the I'm going to do nothing and avoid the Glacial Prison. That was really nicely done. Beryl throws a point-blank encore, though. And I think Faker, after this one, is going to be dead. So 3 versus 1, those odds weren't great. And that is BDD grabbing himself a kill. As the bullet time does come down, that might actually save this turret. And it will do so. So Deft able to alleviate some of the pressure there. But Perfect can't stick around here in this bottom lane because Ona's making his way over. And that will be first turret blood going over to T1. Whenever you kill Faker, there is always something that his team is taking on the map.
Yep, and it was a good move from Deft to cover the mid tower so they didn't lose that. That would have really been a big hit, but ultimately T1 still getting the first tower in this situation. Can't be too upset about that one. But still good moves from KT. I like that they're trying to make something proactive happen, looking for angles and able to punish Faker. Unfortunately, didn't end up getting his flash. He kind of knew that he was a bit dead after the fact that actually didn't have his flash at the time. But yeah, it's a good ult, but then didn't have the Q so he could dash a further distance, and Beryl just connects everything onto him.
Yep, not a whole lot he can do. And so sort of just says, I'll try and kill as much of the wave as possible and get himself out of there. Now has his flash up and available. And we'll see whether Faker can get back into this one. Of course, I don't think he's going to be too worried about how that went, because they were able to get that first turret blood. You can get to see the gold lead is still very, very healthy here for T1.
We've seen this one before.
Yeah, okay, so he does have his flash now, but he's still going to get engaged on here by Pureshik. BDD going to breathe on him there as the permafrost does come in. He avoids Mom though, and the wall is going to stop them from being able to walk up.
Yeah,
Riptero goes down in the mid lane, and Faker is just buying as much time as he possibly can. This turret is now going to get aggressive at him as Beryl is just going to flash over. That is going to be the kill picked up, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen, as the inner turret is going to fall as well as the outer, and Shelly even gets to go on another walk after that.
Yeah, I don't think I'll get another charge in the back of this, just using it to get to Dragon quickly.
That'll do it though.
But here's the cost. Flashbang from Beryl for him to get that kill on a Faker, and they lose this Dragon. And the reason this is so dangerous is because T1 have a big lead, but the next Dragon from here on out, like subsequent Dragons, Baron is going to be up.
Yeah.
If you try and contest a Dragon as KT and you lose the fight, you're probably losing Baron, and that might just be the game. This was the last Dragon they could potentially try and pick up, and if they lose the fight but get the smite, wouldn't be too bad. Would be the complete end of the world. So yeah, starting to feel worse and worse for KT, even though they do manage to take out Faker here. Buys so much time, ults the Sejuani away with the tower down, kind of stalls them out for a bit. They do end up just moving through the wall eventually. But then the fact Beryl has to flash here to get the kill onto Faker to secure it before he goes down, not ideal.
No. Suboptimal, also, you know, getting the kill onto the Seraphine, not the best thing. And so, all in all, you'd probably say a trade up here for T1, considering the inner turret falling in that mid lane. Standing gold is something we do like to talk about. And that's something that KT has in spades, only picking up one turret so far. So if they can get back out on the map, certainly going to be an opportunity there. But the problem is, I think control begets more control here for T1. And as they continue to suffocate, KT ever getting towards these turrets is going to be more and more difficult because, of course, they're already struggling to ward, right? Like Beryl, you can see there. I mean, it's real dicey. As soon as you see a member of T1, you have to get out of there.
Yeah, flash this Seraphine. So risky to try and contest his vision.
And he is going to once again be found. Emperor's Divide is going to go wide this time, though, as KT looking for a teleport angle. BDD comes in on top of the turret is perfect. He's making his way through as well. Mom comes down. The Dawning Shadow is there, but the AoE damage here from KT is gigantic. There goes Carrier. There goes Faker. Ona was already dead, and now it's just Zeus trying to fight them off, but he knows he's only going to be able to get that one, and KT have their sights on Baron.
A massive overstep from T1 is immediately punished, and just when the game starts to feel like it's going out of KT's control, they punish T1, the AoE ultimates come in a choke point, and T1 fall and lose the Baron when the game felt like it was all in their control. And we see on this one, Faker doesn't want to commit the flash for this play, thinks he can get the shuffle without committing it, but it's just a little bit too far away. Had the flash, could have got Beryl, and then this turnaround play, they're trying to save Faker and disengage, but flash is used by Faker here, and then the Mom comes in, Charm as well, the ult, everything is so good, and then Zeus turns up, he's so strong right now, the fight's already over, he just gets Beryl, and it's like, okay, job done, see ya.
Yep, and I actually think that was the intelligent move, because otherwise he was just going to be food for KT. They definitely had a lot of damage still there, so KT, now with the Baron up and available, and this is where the KT comeback is looking to try and come in. 227 on the stacks here as well at 22 minutes is kind of nutty. Yesterday we were seeing 25, 26 minutes for those stacks to start coming through here, and BDD making pretty short work of it on this Smolder right now, who is sitting on 301. Now building towards his third item at the same time, and the Smolder problem has, I think, accelerated in its danger values.
Yeah, level 15 as well right now. With the Baron in pocket as well, we talked about the standing gold that's available. KT going to look to capitalize on that, trying to push mid in here. And there's just not much T1 can do.
Yep, no stopping this one. They have managed to trade outer for outer so far. As you can see there, the Rebel Baron power play not exactly the largest, as the teleport is going to come through from Faker, as that Glacial Prison just barely enough ergs on it, unfortunately, for Pureshik. So Carrier is going to survive that one. This inner turret not going to be falling on this particular push. So KT still struggling to find a lot of value when it comes to this Baron. An early one like this is often difficult to make use of. But I think KT fans probably looking to get a little bit more out of this. But you can still see only about 1,000 in it between the two teams. And if KT can orchestrate themselves another team fight like they just did, this game could be much closer than what we were maybe expecting out of what we'd seen in this early game.
Yeah, they can keep the pressure up. You know, it's that Dragon in 40 seconds. They have 2 in the pocket already. I was concerned about their ability to contest it when the Baron was on the cards, but they took that off the map and on a real position of strength compared to before right now. Interestingly, we do see Pyoshik going for the Abyssal Mask. Not much magic damage on KT, so perhaps not the highest value buy there.
Let's see what they can actually utilize it for. Maybe Beryl's damage is what they're trying to boost up after he got that flash kill onto Faker. You know, maybe the next item is just going to be a death cap. You never know. I mean, we probably know that it's not going to be. As Perfect is now slinking around, looking for a flanking Olaf, as the Viking is sort of lurking in that area. Pyoshik looking for that angle as well, as the Glacial Prison back up and available once again. Walking forward, does find the ulti there. The Watch Out Eep, something that Ona might need to take into account, but instead, Zeus is on the roam, and Pyoshik is in a lot of trouble now. Taken down to 50%, Bowling Ball going to be soaked there by Perfect as KT. They just want to get themselves Soul Point. The Baron has just worn off, but this is a lot of damage. I don't think that T1 are going to be able to get over towards this Dragon in time, as the Bowling Ball flies in and just sails by Beryl. There is Soul Point. That is what KT got out of the Baron, and I think, honestly, that's a real good prize.
Yep, they're happy with that one. It's going to put a lot of pressure on T1 in this game, but they're trying to corral them, trying to find an angle here.
Yep, the sleep does go down. Oh! The Apotheosis on the 4 is gigantic, but it is another encore from Beryl that is huge as well, but the Smolder goes down, Pyoshik to follow. Zeus is going ballistic. It's a triple kill for the Viking, and now Beryl and Deft are against the world, and I don't think they like that. It's a quadra kill, and there's the penta for the Olaf top from Zeus here in game 1.
Zeus managed to farm up a big lead in this game, and he's rewarded. This is what the comp wants to do. There's no answer to this Olaf. You can't CC him, and with the center backing him up, you certainly cannot kill him. He just moves through the fight, taking out target by target. The return ult from KT managed to get some value, but it's not enough, and now T1, with the death timers coming up shortly, they won't be able to end, but they are going to do a lot of damage to KT right now. Taking that tier 2, getting some more gold, getting that inhib tower as well, and this Olaf probably just going to be able to pick up a whole item after that fight.
Yeah, I think he's been on these two for quite some time, as we're going to check it out once more. Kumiyushi's Apotheosis onto 4 people is just monstrous.
And he gets focused on afterwards, but
and VDD fails the flash.
Yeah, unfortunate. And you see the Olaf just charging in, going target by target, runs through the Seraphine ult, and with the healing from the center, just so hard to deal with. Even with the healing reduction, the Qs still end up being pretty massive.
Yeah, he's like immediately calling for the penta. And I think it was a pretty possible one, and there it goes. Not a lot of reaction afterwards, but did manage to pick that one up, so congratulations to Zeus.
He's got a whole Sterix between last fight. Oh, look, that's a pretty big... That's a pretty big hill that T1 just climbed on the gold graph.
I would say so. So now they've moved up 5,000 gold, and back is going to come through there. So no fear, I guess, for Pyoshik. I would have been a little bit scared myself.
Moonstone now picked up 4 carrier as well.
My goodness. I imagine that that damage was done in the last fight.
Yeah, probably about 10,000 of that damage. Okay, yeah, maybe not, but a lot done in that last fight. And he's going to continue to be a problem in these 5v5s. Now KT on the back foot once again, but it is 2.5 minutes until that Dragon, which would give him the opportunity for Soul. So I think T1 will probably want to start up the Baron, threaten it, force a fight, or secure it, give themselves more of an advantage before the Dragon's even on the table. They don't want to flip. The flip is so dangerous when it's a Hextech Soul. And you can see them trying to get control of this topside jungle, pinging around the Baron area. They really want to see if they can get a pick here or any angle just so they can start the Baron up. They do have a lot of sustain, so it doesn't even matter if the Baron starts to damage them. They can just heal through the damage.
Well, now you can see KT, not a lot of options here. They have to use a Scryer's Orb in order to get the information here from T1, who are already peeling off the Baron. They're going to try and pick up this mid wave and just retain as much suffocation as they can. Give themselves all of the avenues. They see where KT is sweeping. They immediately then just repopulate the area and then straight back to the Baron once more. As Ward goes in there for Beryl, they spot the fact that there is a control ward there towards the bottom side of the brush. Another control ward goes in. as Pyoshik is over here. So it would be a 50-50 T1. They recognize that, back away immediately. Another possible fight in a choke point could be dangerous, depending on who gets the first step, right? Like, I think that lining up into both of these teams feels really rough.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we saw the fight earlier that KT stomped. Zeus wasn't there. And I think that's more of a prominent issue now when he's so fed. But this is what T1 does, you know, they force the Baron, they get TP out of BDD, it's just trying to get those resources bit by bit. The problem is, though, that Dragon's up in a minute. They're going to have to give up on their Baron plans and lean towards that. And T1 want to get set up on the Dragon early, but they have to be careful, because if they overcommit to the Dragon, KT can go Baron, you can see them set up here. But also, if the Dragon gets low, the Hextech Soul is so strong, you really don't want to give it over. Even if you win the fight, unless you can end the game off the back of it, if you've given over Hextech Soul to KT, that can really hurt you for the rest of the game. It is just so strong.
Yeah, I think T1 need to turn their attention straight towards the Dragon. As soon as that becomes an issue here. 18 seconds on that spawn timer. KT nowhere really near it, as they have once again regained some control over their own jungle.
Oh, Keria went a sorcery potion, so really maxing out.
Yeah, I like that.
On that AP. And yeah, you know, I'm going to be honest, Keria's been playing completely fine, but this ain't nothing yet. When it comes to Senna, with the Sorcery Potion, with the Moonstone now, we're going to see a point where he ults in a team fight, and it's just going to be absurd. So T1 have control over the Dragon. They're going to be able to take this down and then move over to respond from KT. KT haven't even started the Baron yet, so there's no threat. Good moves from T1 to secure this.
Yep, very nicely done. They will be able to take that one down. Big shielding coming in here from KT as Vero presses his W button, but T1 looking for that inside track here on this mid lane. A Chu does come down as the bowling ball is just barely going to miss, and KT starting to get split up, starting to look a little bit confused on the map right now. And T1 just kind of running them in circles here with that tempo advantage that they did manage to pick up for themselves. And the only thing going for KT right now is the fact that they're the team with sole point. And I think in 4.5 minutes, that is going to no longer be an advantage that they have, and one that they share with T1.
Yep, and even the stats as well from the Hextech Dragons, you know, attack speed and ability haste, pretty good on basically everyone on T1. Yep. Owner's the only one who doesn't really appreciate the attack speed. But yeah, BDD already had that teleport burned earlier. We'll probably see... Oh, the shield was... Yeah, obviously protects him against the mini anyway, but... we're going to see T1 probably set up once again towards the Baron, and if they can force TP from Perfect, that's when it becomes really scary for KT. And Olaf can be a threat in the side lane as well right now. I mean, if you look at the item difference between him and Perfect, level difference as well, not fun playing this Renekton in the side lane. You don't really want to deal, especially with such a long lane when you've lost all the towers in bot. If you overstep, you're going to get ran down by the Ghost Olaf.
You really are. I do want to turn your attention, though, Orcs, to a certain item that Def may have built, which is pretty cool. He's gone for the third item, Serpent's Fang, so that when he presses ultimate, it should mean that Carrier is not going to be able to keep everyone infinitely alive with shields as well as heals, because he also has that Executioner's Calling, likely to be turning that one into a Mortal Reminder, which feels a little bit better than it used to as well.
It's a good move, and also the Serpent's Fang applies on any damage, not just physical. So even if you if you make it rain, it applies it. Yeah, it's kind of unique in that sense, because a lot of other items is like specifically physical, but Serpent's Fang's on all damage. I've even seen like a Zyra build Serpent's Fang against an Ivan before.
Yeah, we saw Brand build a Serpent's Fang.
Yeah.
Were you telling me about that?
Yeah. In certain shield things. Obviously, MF does use lethality pretty well, so it's not a terrible item on here, but I mean, when the ult comes out from Senna, even with the Serpent's Fang, you're probably still going to get a big shield, but without it, it's just instant teamfight winning. And the ult shield lasts for like 3 seconds. It's not like a quick little shield either. They are now setting up onto the Baron, starting up, trying to get KT to approach. Not fantastic vision setup for T1 over the wall. They throw that ward down, but the control ward's immediately there.
Yeah, let's see what KT can actually line up, as I don't think a 50-50 is what T1 has on their minds. Control ward goes into the back of the pit. BDD going to come on through there, finds a decent array with his Q damage. Is Perfect is possibly going to get sleepy as a Chu coming down once again. BDD is very scary, guys. I think the Leandries has just been purchased. That's item number 4. After the rapid fire cannon, and there it is. And so this Smolder is doing legit damage. Like, he is very, very scary. And once again, it's going to have to be about Zeus getting into that backline, pressing Ghost, pressing Ragnarok, and hoping he can kill the dragon before he dies.
I will say, though, KT done a pretty good job of just staving off T1's Baron attempts. They haven't done anything too rash, too crazy. Yes, they burnt Perfect's TP, but BDD's TP was back up by that point, so they always have a resource to kind of spend.
Well, there's the aggressive advance here, only onto 2 here on the Apotheosis, and Gumayushi taking so much damage back. That is going to be perfect, shutting him down. He gets a huge shield as a bullet time. Point blank here from Def. Faker almost being taken down. Ona has to go golden. Faker is out of there, and Ona is just dead. Zeus now trying to keep himself alive against Perfect and Beryl, and it is just not working even through the Sterix. And KT win another fight into a Baron.
T1 go for the desperate engage. Guma tries to force it, doesn't find the right members, and the response is immediate from KT. We don't end up seeing the value of the Olaf in that one, and the Smolder is starting to take over this game. Baron going to be secured for KT, and now it's going to be about 40 seconds until Soul, and he goes in initially on BDD, but doesn't commit the ult onto him. The return is immediate, he just goes down. Olaf is trying to kill Beryl, but Beryl flashes and immediately is out. And look at this return fire from both the Smolder and MF, chunking Faker, killing Ona in the end. A very scrappy fight, felt very forced from T1, and KT said, okay, we'll just fire all of our ultimates back at you.
Yeah, the fact that Def just sort of stands there and presses R right in the face of everyone, that was the most nutty thing for me. And now it seemed to work out, though, as another Baron goes over to KT, and there's 12 seconds on the Dragon!
Yeah, Zeus just spawned. He has the Hex Gates to get here, but they don't have control of the area. If KT get this Soul, I think the game might just be doomed. Playing into a Smolder with this many stacks and a Hextech Soul, Ona has to steal this. There's no other way about it.
Yep, there's going to be another team fight. That is all I know, as this Dragon is going down exceptionally low. Snare not quite going to connect. That is going to be the steal from Ona, but can they keep themselves alive in the fight? BDD going too far forward. It's another Apotheosis as Beryl is going to go down. Ona will be taken out, though BDD is still alive in this one, but not for long. It's a double for Guma. His health bar is just yo-yoing from these heals. And Pyoshik is sent to the nether as well. It is punch for punch, blow for blow between these two teams. So this time, T1 punch back.
And Guma redeems himself for the play around mid, finds the engage that gets in the back line. The healing comes through from Kerry to back him up, but now, you know, T1 denied the soul, but it doesn't matter, they're just going to end the game.
Yeah, denying the game, I think, is a good idea. Deny enemy Nexus seems to be the game plan for T1, and they are just going to march down this mid lane, take out these Nexus turrets. And man, this for game number 1, this was a little bit too intense, but man, it was a banger. We'll see whether we have a few more of these in this series as T1 take out the first one.
Such a hectic game, like so much back and forth between these two teams, and it felt like T1 had a clear plan for what they wanted to do in fights, and sometimes that failed and they immediately got punished, and sometimes you saw it all come together. The genius kind of aligned.
Yeah.
The neurons firing at the same time. But it wasn't an easy game.
No.
And I think that's signs of what the series is going to be. Not an easy series for either side. KT obviously gets side selection going into game 2. But T1, you know, came out with some cool ideas. And obviously definitely happy they got the game 1 win, but wasn't clean.
It certainly wasn't. I think there's a lot of things for KT to look at as far as back to the drawing board is concerned. I don't think you're all that inspired by Renekton Sejuani as the first couple of round of picks. That's even before we have a look at the damage here. I think PDD on the Smolder is something that T1 probably want to take a look at because he was starting to take over the game. And honestly, if KT had have won that smite, then Hextech Soul possibly could have taken that fight over the line for them as well. But you never really know, and T1 very decisive. Gumayushi, not to be underestimated, right? Like, he messes up that first engage, goes back in for another one, just needed another try.
Exactly. You know, guys, you just saw me fail, let's do it again.
Yep, now I've got them not expecting it, and so I'll be able to take them down. It is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down game 1. We'll be here for game 2.
없나? 탔다.
벌었어. 많이야. 나가긴 할게. 나 전혀 20초.
좀만 더 위치만 안 보여. 잠깐만. 공 맞아줄래, 세주고?
맞아, 올라파. 앞에.
영택게. 나 이거 싸면 돼, 빼야 돼. 안 좋아. 여기. 맞아. 쓰면서.
많았어. 우리 앞라인 잘 나가.
차거든?
좋아. 나 미드 가자. 뭐야, 닐라 뭐야?
야, 니네 뛰어.
닐라 뭐야? 와.
따서 갔네?
chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for relief. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on my life until the dawn. The darkness falls and I lose control.
있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요. 이게 KT의 고점이고요.
나이다! 꽉 잡아 올라간다!
가족 사진 좀 같이 찍어.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1 of T1 up against KT, the Telecom War. I am also Budget Digon Valdez here with Chronicler and Wolf. Guys, what do you think about that game number 1?
That was fun. That was definitely some gambles being taken on either side here, particularly in terms of draft. I don't think every player had the performance that ideally you'd want in a game 1, but fortunately there's still a lot of leeway. And we'll get into the draft right away. Specifically that 1-2-3 of Senna, which by the way we knew was broken and it was ignored yesterday for some unknown reason. And I imagine that will keep rising in priority. But specifically Senna, Nila, Olaf, like. The amount of healing that trio does is unreal, because Senna's really busted, but Nila also amplifies the healing from the Senna, and then Olaf both benefits from being able to stay in fights longer because it keeps resetting his ultimate, and then also when he shields, Nila gets... I loved it. It was definitely a big gamble.
Yeah, I personally was not a big fan of banning Nasus instead of the Azir, because then you've taken away one of the best responses to Azir in the meta right now, but they clearly had no intention of playing it into the Azir. They played the Smolder instead. But giving Faker the Azir, I think, is something that we've all learned, and KT learned very painfully through a very important losers finals, that you probably shouldn't be doing when it's his best champion, his most comfortable champion, and it's buffed on this patch. He did not individually have a great performance on the pick, but felt like this draft definitely a little bit wanting there. The Smolder scaling we did see had limitations when you have such an insane frontline. And yes, you have all that burn. Your Qs are constantly trying to set up for those big explosive kills. Health bars get low. They had a few good teamfight wins when they had these wombo combos with the Seraphine ult. But otherwise, Olaf is getting healed. He's running at you. You just can't kill them fast enough with the Smolder, even though he's super stacked. We got to the late game. It just wasn't enough. T1's draft kind of countered KT's ultimately in the end.
Yeah, and as a 5-man unit, when they were the ones attacking, being proactive, and getting these insane Guma-Nila engages, they were winning these fights very handily.
Yeah, what you see as well is so many resources have to be invested into Guma, who really is kind of the only form of primary engage that T1 have. And they just don't have the damage and the resources to actually get through these really beefy health bars. And Zeus gets the Penta on Olaf, which is basically the best case scenario, right? Where you just get to keep fighting and fighting, but you get to stay in these fights for so much longer as... Yeah.
This is not okay.
We knew, we mentioned this, and maybe should not be available next game.
When we had the stat up with barrels that was shown on the screen, he was at like 1/4 of carries, and this number has since ballooned since we had that set up, so I don't know what his was at, but he was vastly underperforming. Yeah, vastly underperforming comparatively on the Seraphine, which was the old shield champion that helps you scale the late game. Senna is the new one, and like you said, Chronicle, a little bit surprised we didn't see it yesterday, but I think that prio will continue to rise.
Always go with the newly buffed champion is the way to go. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which does look pretty similarly to it with the Nila engage.
And I want to highlight as well is that even though it ended up being that relevant, like a lot of what makes Smolder good is the ability to poke down people. Like look at the health bars of T1 here after one ult. Guma finds an incredible engage here, but normally you're in a scenario where maybe the health bars are low enough that if you get multiple Qs at this point, you can carry. I think that specifically into the Smolder, like this composition is just so oppressive because it takes away one of the big win conditions that we've seen KT use many a time.
Yeah, but you see Guma go incredibly low, but there's just no punish for his engage, and I think KT really botched it. Looked like they didn't know how to play around this Nila pick at all. They weren't able to secure the Drake, but then they all just stacked up on top of Guma and allowed him to have that big ultimate. So definitely some errors in how they played that out. They had some fantastic team fights as well, but Guma clutched it out in some really big critical fights there at the end, and T1 take the win. But we were on a bit of a roller coaster, weren't we? Like, definitely were moments back and forth. We're like, I guess KT's winning now. I guess T1's winning now.
It's a KT roller coaster. It's just the way it goes. Let's take a look at the POG, though, on the side of T1. It will be, in fact, Gumayusi for his Nila engages. Not too surprising, although, you know, I think some votes for the Senna as well do make sense. I mean, they had Serpent's Fang, they had Executioner's Calling. It just didn't matter.
there were a few fights where, you know, it looked like T1 kind of had control, but then Guma closed the door. There was also that fight on Dragon that was clutched out by Guma that I was told in comms, everyone on T1 was calling, get out of here, escape. This one. Yep. And this is the one, and Guma is just like, no, and goes in, and everyone on T1 was like, whoa, what was that engage, Guma? And then they're able to win the fight. Anyways, a bit of a rocky setup for KT, but you know the element of the comms as well, that Guma was the one to make the call. I think it's warranted.
Yeah, it's a Senna vote, right? It's like, guys, the Senna is super busted. I think that the Olaf vote makes sense as well. I think Zeus had an incredible game. Guma with his engages. We also had some engages that were a little more questionable, but we didn't see those in the highlight reel. And I think this puts KT in a kind of a rough position because this was like DK did. Like, it's such an oddball draft. What do you do after that game one?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume, yep, they're going over to the blue side. This is kind of the way of the world nowadays. And, I mean, you can try to ban out some stuff. We saw yesterday even BNK was trying to ban out the Nasus over and over from the blue side, trying to utilize that blue side banning power. And maybe that can help KT in game number 2, but we're going to have to wait and see. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, secondary Budget Digon, or primary today Budget Digon in Valdez. And I just want to say, Orcs and his buddy left media.
We see a Penta,
you see a Penta, you throw that vote in. Is that
like,
how it works?
Wow, cool, he got a Penta.
You also saw the times where Grimyushi didn't necessarily find the engagement he was looking for, which may, I guess, have played into the vote.
I think Zeus had a good lane. Picked the Olaf and completely really dismantled, declawed the Renekton, and then obviously in team fights did his job. I think all three of those, that trio that we saw highlighted in the draft, really all did their jobs very well. I think Guma was the one, had the biggest pop-off moment, but also some little flops. But I think both Kerry and Zeus had really consistent performances. But yeah, now it's KT on the blue side, a chance to shake things up. We'll see what they opt to prioritize. Do they want to secure the Azir first pick? Do they want to ban the Azir? Do they want to look at the center? You know, we know Beryl is definitely a player who will lean on enchanters. That's no surprise to anyone.
Absolutely. I think Beryl's probably happy to play most things as Nasus and Azir, both of them taken away from Faker here. That is going to be their primary focus, is making sure Faker is as uncomfortable as possible in that mid lane. They might even be able to angle towards Faker having to default to a Corki pick or something like that, which he has played a fair bit of this season.
It has been nerfed on this patch a little bit. You know, they toned down the Doran's Blade also hit as well, so definitely potentially aiming towards that now. Rumble's going to get taken away. Vi has been left open. That is definitely a standout that could be prioritized here by KT if they wanted.
I think maybe just first pick Senna.
That's also very valid.
I really do think... Okay,
this is less valid.
Yeah, I think Renekton first pick really has... it's seen its day.
Actually, you know a pick that's pretty good in Renekton?
Oh, yeah? Is it a Viking?
It's Olaf, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if Zeus plays it.
Well, we'll have to find out. Who got the POG last game? Grimyushi. Oh, I guess the Olaf wasn't very good. So I guess maybe we don't need to worry about that one in the end. What do you think? That might be the way. I don't know whether they're going to be locking it right here, but I think this is exactly what you should be doing. And KT overlooking the center situation, I think, is possibly going to come back and bite them here in game number 2, unless they show us some way of dealing with it. Unless Owner is going to pick something else, he's just going to hover a few things. There's already a jungler locked away.
I will say there is a Vi available for KT in this situation if they want to pair up the Renekton and the Vi and play some more aggressive dive. One of the weaknesses of Senna is that she is still squishy. You can kill her, but if she doesn't die, the value in this fight we just saw is massive.
Renekton Nidalee.
No, I don't rate it. I don't rate it in this situation. Lilia can keep up with the clear speed. Your poke is irrelevant into center. They kind of just go in for the Sejuani Renekton again. And I'm going to be honest, out of what KT brought in the last draft, this was the least inspiring components. With Sejuani. Not necessarily in the draft phase, but with how the game played out, they felt kind of non-factors. So,
I don't know whether that was the part that you'd want to run back.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they think, you know, we just take Faker off Azir and we're fine, but I don't think Faker's Azir, you know, was a good stable pick for him, but it didn't really offer that much in terms of how the game played out. So, a bit interesting, KT's approach to this one. They have just gone for the same top side as before. Now, T1, a lot of picks that you could prioritize here. The Neela, the Olaf might get banned if they go away here. But they're looking at the Yasuo, and this is technically a flex.
Very cool.
This could be, we've seen T1 play Senna Yasuo bot lane, but also Yasuo into Smolder. We've seen a lot of Yasuo into Corki.
Yep.
So the potential to bring something out there. I will say, a Neela ban, you saw Guma do a lot of work with the Neela engages. You don't want to pair that with a Yasuo in this one, so I certainly think that'll be taken away. And perhaps for KT, it's just Neela, Olaf as the bans.
I think you almost have to. And I think if they don't respect it, it's going to be a massive problem because you talk about the flexibility. We know that Gumayusi already plays this. We've seen it before. Ornn going to be banned for some reason. Not entirely sure why. But Faker won EWC playing Yasuo. So I think that that is still something that we can consider in his wheelhouse as please at least ban the Neela. Or the maybe the Olaf. Maybe the Olaf is
one
a
of
thing.
them. One of them.
There it is.
The
okay.
Olaf is gone. Okay. I think particularly with the Renekton Sejuani, you know, it's a good lane into Renekton. We saw Zeus do well in it, but also the Sejuani.
Oh, 4-letter O name. Maybe Ornn was a misclick.
Oh, could be it. And obviously Senna Ornn is a really popular combo with the old Senna, but with the changes to Senna, I really think that, you know, Senna plus tank, like you're not the same carry Senna. It's not as valuable in that situation.
Whoa. That's an Aatrox. That is even more healing.
This is the favorite spring pick for Zeus. He was just consistently picking up this Aatrox in a lot of situations and really getting a ton of value out of it. Not seeing it as much recently. It is more towards the Bruiser Aatrox than the Lethality Aatrox, so more durability in fights. KT just running it back.
I kind of want KT just to play Ziggs.
I really...
Oh, okay. Cool, thanks.
You wish... You wish for it, and they'll just deliver immediately. I will say, I think the MF Seraphine, horrible into the Yasuo. And this is something I've been looking for, by the way, since I saw the Senna changes. Would be something like a Wukong. They're going to go for the Lee Sin instead.
Whoa.
But I think pairing the Senna with Bruisers, really powerful, you know?
Oh, wait. Hang on. Where are things going? Because I remember when a certain bottom lane played Senna Lee Sin.
I think it's Senna Lee bot.
Sick.
I think it's going to be Senna Lee bot, Lilia jungle, Aatrox top.
I mean, Lilia has to be in the jungle, right? Aatrox probably has to be top lane. This is likely where it's going to be.
What I think. And I think pairing, because the thing is, you're not the same damage Senna, but if you have a bruiser like Lee who has threat, in those early skirmishes, the healing just means he's so hard to deal with, he's got so much fighting power. And the thing is, Ziggs Smolder, phenomenal amounts of damage late game. But you're a lot of burst-based sort of poke. You know, Smolder Qs, there's a lot of damage, has to kind of wait for his next cooldown of the ult. The same with Ziggs. You can kind of sustain through that. The wind wall's going to have tons of value. And I feel like we've seen this, you know, back in the days of like Sona Taric. The champions that really synced with those were these bruisers who, you know, you amp them up like the Olaf in the last game, and they become really powerful, really hard to deal with. And that's what T1 is leaning into. They have a triple bruiser composition in this situation. And then they have the Yasuo, who's a fighter, right? You know, Lilia's even an AP bruiser, so just so much dive with the Senna on top, icing on the cake.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy draft, but you can see exactly how it works. A lot of ways to set up the Yasuo as well, which aren't necessarily usual. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of apprehension, I'm going to say, going into game number 2. Because I think one thing I value the most in a best of 5 is adaptation and forcing your opponent to do something different the next time around. And I think forcing T1 to do something not Senna would have been a really great idea.
Yeah. And, oh no, Def.
Oh dear. Deft already going to get queued here by Carrier, as Beryl doing his very best to try and keep him safe, and is going to be able to do so. Tornado going to connect, though, and now BDD is coming in. Another Q going to land here from Carrier, looking for first blood, and he's going to boop him back, but the flash forward's going to be there. That's going to be first blood, going over to Lee Sin, but Carrier might pay for it. Deft is now in an awkward position. He's going to flash. BDD gets a kill, but so does Faker. Pyoshik's going to turn up. One after the other, they head towards the enemy jungle. That flash was sick from Pyoshik, and now Ona might find himself in a rough position, but it's 2-2, guys. Let's back off. Never mind. Gumayusi is now going to find BDD, also face-checking a brush, as BDD is just going to walk it off. He's like, no, we're finished here. And Guma is going to say, no, we're not, as Beryl is back, and he's Hex flashing, and he's going to crash onto Gumayushi, who's now found himself a little bit too far forward. Does get the Piercing Darkness, though, and Ona spinning around a whole bunch, then takes a bunch of damage back. Over to you, Ox. This is ridiculous.
Just about what I anticipate from a KT T1 series. You know, I think this is really
the nonchalant tone. I love it.
Yeah, you know, how many flashes was that? Oh yeah, 7 flashes.
Oh, okay, just 7? Really?
Yeah, you know, honestly,
I guess it's only game 2.
I expected a bit more. Maybe by game 4 they'll burn all the flashes. But yeah, a little bit hectic, a little bit very chaotic, and Carrier and Faker, they committed to that play.
Oh yeah.
You know, sometimes it's just kind of like Carrier knows he can hit the Q, and he wants to prove it, even though it did end up backfiring in a big way. And if, you know, if that's not enough action for you, let's have a bit more. Owner invading on a Pyoshik. Perfect could move down and try and protect this, and is looking to do so now. So Owner, you got to make your decision quickly.
Well, his decision does seem to be that he does just want to get out of here. That is, I think, going to be a good one, considering the movements of the Renekton, like you were talking about. We did see just there, as Carrier, this is the last time that he played it. I believe it was alongside Ascena that time as well, picking up the victory against the Bros. And but that was a different version of the Bros. That was Delight and Henna down there.
You know what's the funniest thing about this Lee Sin pick? Is I believe this is the first time we're seeing Owner's skin. And it's not even him playing it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Carrier's using Owner's skin, the new T1 skin.
Yeah, because he hasn't played it since it was released, right?
Yeah, so...
Wow, that is kind of rude. Hopefully Owner is going to be okay with it. Finally, he's going to flash, so there we get the clean 8, which is great to see. There we go. Only Perfect and Zeus that I think should probably just agree to flash at one another.
Yeah, like when you walk up to each other at the start of an ARAM and everyone just flashes.
Yes, I flash out of base.
Oh, nice. Get that quicker.
Yeah, you really got to make sure you get to that brush.
And bot lane, you know, I guess in part due to the deaths, going pretty badly for KT. Pretty big CS advantage for the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Like a very crazy thing to say.
I could tell that it felt a bit weird for you to say.
As it was coming out of my mouth, I was like, what am I...
Is this really...
Yeah, it's just...
yeah.
Did I wake up this morning or am I still dreaming?
Well, you never know. This is the telecom war. It can be all sorts of different options. As Owner is going to spot Beryl, sort of trotting around his jungle. Bowling Ball is going to miss because Beryl decided at that moment that he was going to walk in the other direction.
Wait, they're both trotting around the jungle, so I'm not sure who you were referring to.
I think Owner is prancing.
Oh,
jungle.
Okay. And Beryl is trotting.
Yeah, and Beryl is trotting.
Okay.
If he gets some Swifty boots, then maybe he'll start a brisk canter.
Okay, I'm glad we could distinguish that because I was getting a bit confused.
Nah, that's all right. I'll be here for any of your equestrian needs. As Ona is going to now set up towards this Ziggs, but Faker's in trouble. Great interruption on the crash down, but the Ignite still comes in. BDD chasing him down, flapping over. Another Q would do it, but he doesn't overextend. I think if BDD had taken another step forward, he was just dead.
Yeah, very danger close there. Got to respect the threat of T1 who will move up to cover Faker. And he will survive on that one.
Okay.
Definitely getting a little bit... Well, it's already very spicy, but definitely pushing out. And now it just feels like it's just been a series of invades. We're 5 minutes in. Some games don't get this much action.
No.
And we're 5 minutes in and it's just been non-stop.
Well, this is actually the lowest amount of... actually higher than the lowest amount of kills that we've had in a whole game.
Yeah.
I think the record is 3.
Wow.
As far as least kills. So we're already there. And it's only 5.5 minutes. As Faker is going in with 300 health, and he's just dead. BDD going to be able to grab that kill as Beryl and Pyoshik right there ready to challenge.
Yeah, I think maybe a bit more faith in the center than maybe was warranted.
she is pretty powerful.
She does need some items, though, before she's doing the big heals. A bit low on health, that one, when Faker went in. BDD doing pretty good so far with how this game has played out. You know, he got one of those earlier kills, gets that kill as well. Already demonstrated in game 1 how much carry potential he can have in the Smolder. So definitely a big win from them. We also see Deft back to the Lost Chapter. He was kind of struggling in the early lane, running out of mana quite a bit, but now has that
Is he also going to do the thing that you like doing as well, which is just not building an Archangels ever?
You know, I honestly think of all the games, this could actually be an okay Archangels one.
Oh no!
Heresy, but there's a lot of dive threats. You might appreciate the shield. A lot of games you don't need it. This one maybe I think Zeus would appreciate a shield right now. And that's why Guma's here.
Well, Beryl and Pioshik are also here, mounted and ready to go. Beryl riding his pants, Pioshik riding Bristle.
By the way, I find it so interesting that, like, you know, so many teams will have a preferred person for certain champs and something in the bot lane duos when you have, like, things like Senna where it goes to each. But I find it so cool that, like, Carrier plays the Senna game 1 when Guma's on the Neela, and now it's the other way around.
There's a last breath as the wind wall does come down. BDD presses flap though, and he's just going to flap his way out.
Yeah, really hard to pressure. If you don't have immediate follow-up from the Yasuo ult, there's not too much you can do to this Smolder who can kind of just flap away.
Yep, does have his Phage there as well, so his health bar is looking all right at this point in time. 2-0-1 after the shenanigans we saw earlier on, as Beryl spotting out the fact that this red buff is going to be taken away, and you can see that Pioshik is immediately going to forsake that and head towards the top side, as it looks like BDD is once again flapping. Just landing whatever Qs he can find though, and of course this feels pretty good for the Smolder up into a melee champion. Even though the wind wall can be annoying, I feel like you will be able to get a fair few stacks in this game.
Yep, definitely, and faster stacking, faster spikes. We do now see finally the Renekton Sejuani pairing, looking to punish Zeus.
Oh, there's the flash forward from Perfect! Zeus is going to get tagged, and the Winter's Wrath will be enough! The dive was beautiful there from KT.
Just the immediate flash done. Stacks the passive, gets the damage. Oh, BDD.
Yep, flapping around in circles here is BDD right now, as the Shattering Strike does come in. Faker is going to ignore it, basically. And that is going to be Dragon secured by T1.
Yep, so early Dragon picked up this time by T1. We obviously saw KT with a bit of monopoly on those, on neutral objectives in general in game 1. But yeah, we're finally seeing perfect. This Renekton, this early pick Renekton game 1 really didn't have any impact. But this time around, gets that kill onto Zeus. And I'm hoping we see Perfect kind of run away with this lead.
Yeah, for KT's sake, I think he's going to need to.
This one was a bit of an interesting one.
I mean, it was at least it was a flash invested, but yeah, not a great look.
Yeah, Zeus trying to hold the wave, and immediately the permafrost stacked up here by Perfect. Just so well played. And the thing is, Pioshik still had a full health bar and ult to follow up. If that didn't kill Zeus, like there was no way he was making it out there. So,
oh, I actually thought that he invested the ult, but it was just a permafrost. It's crazy.
Yep. There
we go. As Beryl now looking for an opportunity, could crash over this wall, and there it is! Crashdown does come on through there as well, as Zeus does get over here. Gumayushi, let's see whether he can keep them alive. 3 versus 2 right now, a lot of things on cooldown here on KT's side, but it is another pick-off for them. As Faker walks behind his wind wall one more time, looking for some more knockups, will be able to stack up that Q. But BDD is just sort of sneezing on the minion wave, having a good time. Tornado goes wide, and it looks like this is just kind of business as usual for the Smolder. BDD just waiting for that late game.
And Pioshik already being 3-0 right now has again gone for that early lock it, but a lot of power in these early fights. This game's feeling pretty good for KT so far.
Yeah, looks like, you know, once again, it's you look on the left side of the scoreboard and it's about a 1,000 gold lead here at 10 minutes. T1, they did have that set up in game number 1, but I don't think anyone really knows what's going to happen, as right now Perfect is going to get shot a bunch of times here by Gumayushi. As the slice does come through, Perfect going to be just fine. Doesn't have teleport. If he wanted to get back towards the top lane, probably just going to wait for that waved conga line through, as 92 to 69 CS here in the top lane is a pretty nice CS lead for Perfect.
Yeah, and I think a big thing was the power of the Olaf in game 1 was amplified so much by the Senna. If the Aatrox is behind, you know, yes, you have other options to amplify in this game, but he really benefited from having this winning top laner in that one for the Senna to sustain up with, and now you don't have that. Perfect moving around. He is so strong in these early grub fights.
Yep, teleport is going to come in here as Perfect getting in. There is the crash down from Beryl. Mega in front of him, right on top of Ona. As the grubs are being taken down in the meantime, Carrier dashing into the backline. Perfect surviving for so long, but will eventually be taken down, and the damage is kind of missing here from KT, but these health bars going lower when the bouncing bombs do land. Gumayushi taking a lot of damage, but he is going to still get the ult off. The Dawning Shadow layered across. Deft is going to sacrifice himself to get the kill onto the center, but the team fight is won pretty wholeheartedly here by T1.
Such a scrappy fight, but T1, that's where their composition flourishes. KT try and go for the big engage, but we don't see the value coming out, and yet There's the owner skin
Yeah.
being played by Carrier. Such a troll move, but we'll see. This initial engage comes on owner, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Perfect doesn't connect on him to get the stun, and Perfect just gets nuked down. The Renekton gets so little value, and KT have kind of used all of their big tools. In the ensuing fight, there's so many of these bruisers there to chase down KT. Deft and BDD are not online yet. They get this kill on the Fury Kick, and then Carrier, he saved his ult and gets his beautiful kick. Unfortunately, that does mean his lane partner dies, but I think they're still happy with the outcome. There's some great play there from T1. And I think a composition like this can be really hard to pull off. You know, you have so many moving pieces, you have so many different people who could potentially, you know, have to take fights on their own, and like, you know, it's not like a unified front to back. That's really what KT's comp is. T1, you'll have to approach at the same time, maybe have different flank angles. But they did a comp that really suits T1. They kind of do that a lot of the time, even without comps that necessarily are like this. So I think of all the teams in the LCK, they're definitely one of the teams I can see really making this comp work, and they just displayed it in that fight.
Yep, they've done it before as well. I mean, we brought it up. I mean, Carrier and Gumushi have played this lane in the past, and I think we've asked for it quite a few times as well. I remember sitting there and I'm like, oh, this could be another Lee Sin drop, just because last time it looked really good for these two. So it's something that they have practiced, even if it did only recently, only come out like a few years ago. This is something that they've always sort of had in their back pocket, as Owner is going to be starting off this Drake once again. Exactly the same dragons as we had in Game 1. Quizzical, you could say. Wow. We'll see whether it's another Hextech Soul. I imagine this one's going to be a Chemtech just to give us some of that balance. But if it's a Chemtech Soul and there's a center on the Rift, do not let that be a thing, as it's going to be an Ocean, and that sounds like it's even worse.
Yeah, I don't think we had enough healing.
Yeah.
You know, needed a bit more. That's really going to make things difficult for the side of KT if T1 get it. I know, obviously, Ocean's not the strongest soul, but as we said, the healing into all these bruises, it's going to be an issue for KT's damage to cut through. The Ocean Soul would just make it almost impossible. I mean, there's a point where healing reduction, it's not enough. You know, it's only 40%. That it's like mandatory, but it's not exactly just going to massively change it if they're just healing absurd amounts. So definitely something they don't want to give over to T1. You see them leaning towards the Herald now. T1 a bit slower on the maps. This might just be given over to KT.
Yeah, it looks like they are just going to be able to leverage their little bit of tempo that they were able to build up for themselves. Hextech Minefield goes down there from Deft just to stop Gumushi from being able to get in. As the snare is going to land onto Perfect. He could still be a target here. Does hold on to the slice in order to get away from Carrier, as there is the Rift Herald picked up by KT. Now they're looking for an escape. Bowling Ball connects. Zeus just going to head towards the mid lane, shove this one out, see whether T1 can catch them on the rotation. Looks like it's just going to be a blue buff steal. And there that goes. Only going to be able to help pick that one up for the team.
Yep, I like the use, the fact that obviously KT get Herald, but T1 really forced them out of their own jungle and at least get the blue buff out of that. Not a worth trade, obviously, but still trying to find something from it. And once again, Faker pushing in the top lane. Well, really the backing of his team. You can see Beryl maybe looking to set up a trap.
Yeah, he's going to turn up.
Blade of the Rune King Yasuo, though, so a bit scary. I remember on this patch, Blade of the Rune King was nerfed for ranged champions. Well, it lost some attack speed and AD for every champion, but the percentage HP damage was buffed for melee, so intended to be kind of power neutral for melee champions, but a nerf for ranged ones. So Faker's still very strong with that in his pocket.
Yep, definitely extremely scary. Not to mention he's on a Yasuo as well, can then build himself up extra shields and things like that. Can certainly be a lot more durable than you would otherwise expect, as Beryl is once again, this time cantering, possibly even at a gallop, as we just saw. But T1 now just going to get to work on this top lane outer turret, as Mega Inferno Bomb just going to try and ruin their day. It looks like these minions are not going to last quite long enough, as the bowling ball going to be avoided by Perfect, as he clears up the rest of those minions that were there. 22 the CS lead here for Perfect. Still, I don't think that has really changed throughout this game. Black Cleaver now done. Sundered Sky completed here for Zeus on the other side of the Rift. And I think that the Aatrox is probably going to be just fine with how things are going, especially with that one kill.
We kind of see this yesterday from the Ziggs, though, when Henna played it, that it's such a fantastic pick for stalling games out.
Ooh.
And T1, you know, sometimes you have compositions where it's like, can the AD carry really walk up and hit the tower? They don't have an AD carry.
Right.
You know, at all, period. So,
there
sieging,
is a range advantage Is that what we call it in the biz?
Yeah, quite a significant range advantage. So really, without Baron, T1's gonna struggle to crack through some of these towers, which you can see is evidenced by the fact that they've taken 0 towers.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have some side lane threats that they can lean on, but yeah, I think getting Baron, setting a pace to this game is going to be really important for T1. Getting Soul, not giving over Dragons to KT and getting Baron is going to be big. I know the Senna obviously works well with the composition, but there will come a point where not just the Smolder, but Smolder Ziggs later on could be such a major issue. Short-range champions in a Ziggs, you put the minefield down, you have to run through it. It's so painful.
And we were watching this yesterday and just wincing whenever anyone walked on even one of those mines. Yeah, it's going to get really rough. And of course, Def isn't quite there yet. He only has his Ludens and going to need quite a few items before that is really a thing. Hasn't been able to get around the map and take plates as well, as we saw. As you can see, all of these turrets looking pretty healthy on T1's side as well. We do get the Rift Herald charging in. T1 here for the defense. Not going to be a turret taken, just going to be a bit of damage here for KT. And I think slow and steady is what wins the race here. It's not really a roller coaster thing in general. Doesn't fit the KT playstyle, but I think if they slow it down, it's going to look better and better as this game goes on.
The bit of the style of roller coaster, you know, when you're on the trains and you're just slowly going up.
I think they need to avoid the bit where it starts doing the loop-de-loops and the rushing down and the whee and stuff like that. We need to not do that bit. It just needs to keep going up on the little rails and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Guma does have the Helia, but compared to last game, remember, when he had the Neela, he was super ahead in levels compared to what Senna's typically are. He's only level 7. Doesn't even have that Q maxed yet. Do you see KT pushing the wave in mid, threatening the tower? Obviously with the Ziggs, that threat is huge, and trying to move towards the dragon, but T1 are looking for an angle of approach here.
Yeah, Kerry going to take a little bit of poke damage here from BDD as the knockup does connect onto Beryl. Beryl not too worried about it, as we can see. Minefield down just to try and keep them at bay. T1 with a fair bit of control of this dragon right now. BDD is going to get another shove out, and Owner is just doing his wolves for the minute. Not a whole lot of commitment just yet as the bouncing bomb doesn't connect onto Zeus. Perfect, not going to snare everyone up, and that is only one bowling ball to connect. And now KT are going to move their way into the river, look to grab themselves some scuttle control, which will be secured here by Pyoshik, as we can see. Bowling ball just slightly avoided. I think that might have been the snout of Bristle that did sort of smell that ball as it was flowing by, as this dragon has now been started. And KT, will they actually commit to any sort of play? Kerry are going to get spotted out as the tower is going to be taken, and KT just giving this one up, saying instead, we're just going to try and take your stuff. And with a Ziggs, it kind of makes some sense. Satchel can go down, doesn't even need it, and KT get 2 turrets in trade for a single Ocean Drake.
And they might even
wait, two turrets, I said. I said 2 turrets. By Jove. Never mind, that's 3. That is going to be faking out, trying to trade it back for an outer turret towards the bottom side of the map, but I don't know whether that one's going to be worth it as KT slink into the enemy jungle. I think that was a pretty good trade.
It was a phenomenal read by KT. They knew they had the pushing power, they knew they had the prio mid, and they're like, look, we can walk into the trap T1 is set for us.
Oh my goodness, perfect.
But the main thing is, it's an Ocean Soul, right? And even though the sustain is going to be useful, they already have a ton of sustain. It's not Hextech Soul, completely different ballpark, and so as a result, KT are like, you know, so what if we give them an extra dragon? They don't have the Soul yet, and the end result is they get so much structural impact, and you look at the fact that every tower mid lane is down on T1 side, and there's not a single tower down on KT side. You're getting to the point where the Smolder wave clear is insane, you have a Ziggs as well. I'm really struggling to see when T1 will ever take this mid-tier 1. And until they can break that mid-tier 1, finding these flank angles, forcing KT to overcommit, it's going to be really hard. The mid-tier 1 is a great safe haven.
Yeah.
And if Ziggs and Smolder can just sit under it and wave clear, T1's comp is going to really struggle to push the pace of this game. And if they don't push the pace of this game, they are not going to have a good time.
Yeah, because ever getting to these turrets is going to be impossible. And like you say, yeah, I'm looking at the map and I'm thinking the range of Mega Inferno Bomb kind of covers inner turret, top, and bot if you're standing and defending the mid-outer turret. And so you just sort of chill and you keep your entire map alive and make a whole bunch of money, and then eventually T1 cannot actually do anything unless they fully commit to a fight immediately to stop just getting queued by BDD over and over again with no recourse.
And also, you know, the Senna is a squishy champion. We talk about the value of it, but if Beryl gets on top of Guma and there's ults to follow up, that Senna is not going to last very long. Now, we have seen KT kind of move up towards top side, but fortunately, Carrier won't get any damage on this turret.
Yep, and like we said before, they do have to commit very heavily in order to do so. And maybe we're getting a little bit of a glimpse into why T1 were very happy to scuffle extraordinarily hard in the early game, because if they were able to start that ball rolling extremely early, then this could have looked like a blowout once again. Like, you know, Harlem Globetrotters style, you know, Carrier doing all of those sweet moves, landing more of those kicks like we saw in the first team fight. But if the game is ever stabilized, like we're seeing KT attempt to do now, yeah, the inroads are just not looking too good, as now Carrier might be in trouble. Oh my goodness, and she does so much damage? What the heck? As, all right, Beryl is going to be pulled back there by the Infernal Chains. Mom goes down, doesn't do a massive amount. Yeah, and Carrier will be able to heal himself back up again as Mega Inferno Bomb almost just straight up kills Gumayusi.
This is one of the problems with being a level 8 Senna in a game where, you know, BDD and Depth are level 13. They do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And you don't have much health. And as a result, Guma just nearly gets completely destroyed. BDD already has the 225 stacks for the burn. You know, it's only 1,000 gold lead for KT, but it's starting to feel really scary. T1 are going to have to get creative. We do have Dragon in a minute 20, but KT can kind of do a similar thing where if they're not feeling it, the game is not over if they give over Ocean Soul. You know, I think if they gave over a stronger Soul, you might really feel bad about it, but I think they can survive. I will say someone on KT does need to pick up Grievous Wounds. Right now, Perfect has it, but ideally, BDD and Deft are so good at applying it. In AoE, there's obviously a ton of value there, but yeah, I really think KT might feel strong enough now that the Smolder's ramped up that they can make a fight happen, but even if they lose the Soul, I'm not sure they're that bothered.
No, I don't think so either. I think the only worry about the Soul is the fact that it does unlock Elder, and that is a way for T1 to win a team fight. You know, get a Dragon that can execute stuff of their own. Of course, KT just have one of those. But
yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, T1 being able to collect one, I think, could accelerate this game as well. Because this is, like, I feel like KT win on almost any defensive scenario. Where T1 are actually trying to overforce under a turret or something like that to try and brute force and get control, that is when KT are going to be almost, like, they're nigh unbeatable in those moments. However, if T1 can sort of catch them unawares, like right now, as Pioshik is just able to Arctic Assault at exactly the right angle in order to get himself out of absolutely everything. Like, this is the kind of neutral fight that T1 are going to be looking for, and we'll see whether they can actually line it up, because they still, like, if they're not hard committing, it's still going to be a loss in a lot of these scenarios. As you can see, Zeus looking for these flank angles, and Carrier on the other side for the pincer is going to get caught out here by Perfect, who does dash his way out, a long way away from any sort of turret right now. You can see Carrier also now moving away. Beryl looking for that flank as Zeus gets on top of his ward once again. The snare going to get picked up by Beryl here as Ona moves over. It's going to be a 50-50, but a take by the Smolder somehow. Carrier steps on 2 balloons and gets down to half health.
Yep, and KT's super happy with that. They denied the Soul, and they just bought more time. You know, the concern about the Elder, the flip that it could end up meaning a game lose even with a Smolder on your team, they don't have to worry about that for another 5 minutes. So good moves there from KT. Good secure. Oh, TP flank coming in. This is from Carrier.
Yeah, this is very aggressive. But Gumayushi's just going to get dove on top of Def. Takes him down with a Mega Inferno Bomb. And Carrier now just not able to find those angles, because without the center, what is this comp actually capable of? As now it's Perfect teleporting in. Zeus going to get thrown around like a ragdoll. These executes starting to fly in as he looks to be a hero, but he's burnt to death by BDD. The kick, it's going to connect, and Carrier takes down his ex-teammate, but at what cost? As Faker is at full health, he puts up the wind wall, but 1 versus 4. I just don't think it's going to be enough. The last breath comes down, but it is exactly that. He'll take Pioshik with him, but KT win the fight.
And it just felt like T1, you know, they keep bringing in more members, more sacrifices to the Blood God, and they just lose their whole team. This is one of the concerns with this low-level Senna. is how squishy you are. I mean, it doesn't even feel like they... I mean, yes, Barrel jumped on him and they ulted, but he lost so much health just from the WQ for BDD, and then the flank angles attempted. But first off, we get Zeus. Okay, Zeus is now in a 1v4 situation. Okay, Zeus is dead. Who's up next? Okay, Carrier's turn. Carrier and Ona on a 2v5 situation. Okay, now Faker's like, cool. Me and Ona in a 2v4 situation. It's always stacked against T1 for the entire fight. And even though there's some little expressions of skill where they take out members of KT, it's just a numbers game. BDD just keeps pressing Q the whole fight long, and now he is monstrously fed.
Yeah, this is the problem, is the fact that BDD got basically all of those kills. And now he's a 5-0-4, 3-item Smolder, and Deft has still done the most damage in the game, because of course, it's just Zig's things. It's what we saw yesterday. I mean, Henna had probably one of his worst days of the year, guys, but his Zig's game was amazing.
I've been saying it for like 2 years, man.
Yeah, I know.
Ziggs just does the boom boom damage.
And you'll say it to anyone who's willing to listen as well. I've been in those boss rides before. It's okay. Our last breath does connect onto Perfect. He takes a third of his health and slices away.
This is feeling really bad for T1 right now.
It's just not looking like the playability level is very high.
Yeah, it's a struggle, and you know they're trying to find angles where they can approach with and get those flanks in, but KT are doing a great job of not giving them any opportunity. They are moving over to control the Baron again, but this is the thing, is KT can be so patient because, you know, yes, they can start up the Baron here, but they're just stacking as the game goes on.
I mean, the thing that I'm worried about is that KT are going to feel like they're rushed when they're absolutely not.
Yeah.
Because they sometimes just do that. Because like you say, I mean, they have all of the time in the universe in this game. I mean, they're praying for a 70-minuter, as they're not going to get one, as that is going to be a kick out onto Barrel. Mum comes down. Owner is going to absorb a lot of buttons by just pressing Zonya as he puts the Crocodile to sleep. Is now Perfect. He could be in trouble, but it's another crash down. Deft takes down Owner, and BDD is untouched in this backline. Faker goes in, but the Dragon is mauling them. Deft satchels his way out. That's the Crocodile locking down a kill, and now it's BDD flapping forward, and he can feel the wind in his wings, and Zeus is just gonna go down. It's a triple kill for the little Dragon. He is legendary. And I don't even think he needs his mom anymore.
He's just untouchable. You know, it felt like the whole fight, BDD was the only person on KT who's never really threatened. He finally sees a window to go in, and he decimates T1. He is more than online at this point. He is taking over the game, and now they might end, actually. It's a Ziggs.
Yeah, Owner is up in 4 seconds' time, but like you were saying, there are satchels aplenty here for this Ziggs, as Deft has already gone to work on that first turret. The Nexus is all but dead as it is exposed. The Mega Inferno Bomb just for good measure, and KT even out the series.
And you know, T1 perhaps took too much. Their composition, you can understand the thought process behind it, but the execution, they weren't able to find the angles, and KT just bunkered down and let BDD do his thing.
Yeah, and so did T1. I mean, I feel like part of their way of dealing with the Smolder was to try and ignore it and pretend it didn't exist. And unfortunately, it did exist. It existed a little bit too much, especially in that last fight.
Oh yeah, did so much damage there. And I think once you get past the stack points, it really changes the game completely. I think there were some things that went wrong. Obviously, the momentum of the game didn't continue, but also like the Aatrox fell behind in lane. And I think a big difference between the previous one is obviously MF was very ult-based in the previous game, but Ziggs just keeps dishing out damage all fight long. He softens them up a bit, and then it's down to that small press Q and just finish off.
And the way BDD played it as well, because you saw it in that last fight, I was half expecting BDD just to go in, right? But he was staying on the flanks, waiting for the individual buttons, and as soon as, I think it was Faker's last breath, was the final one to come on through, and then BDD's flapping forward, killing everyone, and finishing off the fight from there. So KT being able to fight back here in this series, bringing it to just a best of 3 from here on out. Remember, this is to stay in playoffs. This is single elimination for all of the marbles heading into the rest of it. And right now we've got an even series. Time to go to a break, then we have the space, then game number 3. We'll see you there.
끝낼만해. 그럼 끝낼만해. 이거 피 없는 사람 그냥 텔 타고 오던가 해야 돼. 텔 없어. 집중을 할만할 듯? 얘네 다 높으니까 그냥 끝낼만해. 릴리아 그 입구 잘 막아줘. 내가 라인 칠게. 걸로. 내가 줄게. 나 살짝 빨라. 끝낼만하지? 얘네 릴리아 노플해. 릴리아 노플 노공일 노플 노공. 위에 거야 형 위에 거. 끝나도 없어. 끝나. 릴리아 나왔어. 릴리아 노플 노공. 얘 노공이야. 끝나도 노플 노공. 그냥 쳐. 나이스.
Okay, so judging by both of these first place envelopes, we can work out which one is the better one because you can see a first place envelope is purely like judged by how squiggly the bottom underline is.
So one
and
of
you
us
can
is
tell
really
that this is the most first. There is a most first. So let's see who is actually the most first in these preds. This is actually closed.
It's actually sealed.
It's actually sealed.
Yeah.
The drama.
That means that we
Okay,
know
we're gonna
that
do
no one
And the
peaked.
winner
Drum roll.
is...
All right, give me a drum roll. Woo! And the winner is...
는 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요. 이게 KT의 고점이고요.
나이다! 확 잡아 올라간다!
가족 사진 좀 같이 찍어.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We have game number 2 going the way of KT in the Telecom War here at the Woori Bank playoffs, and that one was a bit messy, but eventually, you know, some boom damage, some Ziggs play from the side of Deft, and KT were able to take it down.
Big thing was the not there being an Olaf, I think actually ended up being huge. So really good ban there to ensure that that wasn't going to come through. And this time it was only Senna, which was still busted, and I still feel like we shouldn't give over. But again, I think unfortunately the Yasuo pick kind of missing the mark. I know that it's cool because it's still a flex here, but then the Aatrox, it just didn't really give us a very cohesive feel, unlike the previous drop, which was a risk, but it made sense.
Yeah, no, I do think that the draft here for T1 is still definitely good, and it does have really good aspects to it with the shielding from the Lee Sin. You obviously have the shields and the heals coming through. Like, Yasuo is very beefy, right? So if he can set up a team fight, can really disrupt what KT are trying to do, but you really have to win very hard early. And KT opted into the early skirmishes, and I feel like if KT don't play those early skirmishes as well as they did, if Pyosik doesn't commit in at that early level 1 fight, for example, things could look very different. If T1 actually win that swimmingly, I think it's a completely different game, but KT handled that skirmish really well, so this draft just came to a point where it was pretty even. I also think, as Ox pointed out multiple times, the fact that it was an Ocean Soul really allowed KT so much flexibility to avoid team fights before they really got to that late game scaling.
Yeah, and then eventually you have Smolder and Ziggs, and you're on an even game state, and you just kind of kill them with your damage, which is what happened. You're not able to out-heal this, which we're going to see here in highlight number 1.
The Ziggs, to me, was the biggest difference maker, right? It's so much easier, and there you see the combo. Like, Guma was basically gone in a second. I think Guma in general struggling more, but I think this is also a harder game to play again because you're playing into Ziggs. I think Ziggs is just so insanely strong when he can play to his range. And T1, like, they don't actually have great engage, right? Like, you're relying on either getting a kick, a flank, Aatrox into the back line. But if you're, as we mentioned earlier, in an even game state at this point, I think the fights are really hard to play as well, especially if you lose someone early.
Yeah, and something you pointed out when we were watching this fight together was the fact that they kind of were super disjointed with how they came in. The sleep is late. You have the Aatrox going through for the re-engage, who I feel like Zeus played that super well. It's super disjointed. The timing of Keria going in isn't at the same point. Faker's in the mid lane. He's not actually joining up until way too late in that fight. I think if KT get caught by all of T1 fighting as a unit there, that scrappy fight actually might go T1's way, but ultimately they are a little bit desynced there.
Yeah, and KT just staying tight as a ball. They get the engage, they kill the Senna. That's not there for the entirety of the fight. So KT start off really strong with that one, and then eventually we get a redo here around the same part of the map.
It's again the same thing. This time it looks initially a bit rough as they throw a lot of damage into Owner. But I think the sleep not too consequential, and the fight kind of splits up, and then KT can just segment individual people off.
Yeah, and BDD is just untouched. His positioning fantastic throughout this entire game, and when he is away from this Yasuo, no one really get on top of him. Zeus is like, okay, maybe I can hurt him now. Then he's like, well, where's my target selection? I can't kill this Smolder. The Smolder just avoids Zeus and goes and kills those squishy targets with his Qs, and the late game Smolder is fully online at this point. It looked like it was going to be a rough fight, but you could see at the late game, even with everything tossed into his Zonias, the scaling is still going to come through.
It's also Pyosik and Barrow having a much better game. Like Pyosik's Sejuani in game 1 was not it. Barrow on the Rel also having obviously a lot more high stakes impact. I feel like the Rel really is kind of underappreciated as a support. I feel like we've seen so many good Rel pop-off moments, and it was also the incident from yesterday.
Oh, please, don't remind me. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 2, as it will be BDD. He did go legendary in this one, did not die a single time. It just felt like T1 never really had any backline access, and BDD kind of just got to do whatever he wanted the entirety of the game.
BDD and Barrel were the two standouts for me. I think that BDD, his positioning on this Smolder and the way he plays these fights, he is, to me, the best Smolder in the LCK by like a pretty large margin, and I think he looks super clean on the champion.
Yeah, Barrel obviously set up a lot of these fights, was able to peel really well too, and really gave Deft so many opportunities, was able to assassinate Guma. I mean, there were just so many great moments for this Rel that then set up the Smolder for success in these scrappier fights. So I think you could go either way. I went Barrel myself. I thought that also some of the early skirmishes that almost really went crushingly T1's way, he mitigated incredibly well. I expect we'll have a bit of a split vote here, but I am really curious if Deft also picks up any votes as well. Wow, just me and Observer.
That actually surprises me. I feel like more people...
Based.
Yeah, like I said, like if you look, Barrel got the catch on Guma, and his early influence on the map was really big. So I'm not surprised as BDD, but I am surprised that it's not a more split vote.
Wolf, how does it feel to be in the same category as Jonah Strong?
I feel really honored, to be honest. I feel really good about it.
It's good. It is good.
Yeah, I mean, Barrel did a lot. He was great at frontlining. The Rel got so much value, and it felt like BDD kind of utilized all of that, had great positioning himself, and was able to carry the game. So he does pick up the POG, but the Barrel votes are pretty based, as T1 is going to move over to the blue side. What are we thinking? Just kind of like trading blue side wins? This feels like a pretty close series so far.
Yeah, no one has really stood out to me in this series as in like the definite winner, because I feel like both teams are inherently also very messy. The one thing that I do think I favor T1 with now is specifically the Senna read. I think that the champion should get higher in prio. Maybe bend the Ziggs though.
I just don't think you have a lot of flexibility on red side with your bans, so it gets a little bit trickier for KT from here.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are done on the space for game 2. Let's go back to Atlas and Ox for game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I'm so proud of you, Wolf. That was a beautifully based call. And honestly, like, when it comes up and you see that you're not the one who picked the right POG, all you're hoping for is that you pick the same as Jonah Strong.
Yep. I mean, there's definitely, like, sometimes, like, oh, I'm paired with Jonah Strong, pretty based, you know, maybe you're paired with, like, one of the Korean analysts, like, and then when you see it's mid, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm media.
We have already established that you are indeed
I am
media.
definitely media.
And there's a lot of Susja in the chat to prove it.
Other people
can
go through that too, you know. Sometimes it just happens. Yeah,
I do think that the BDD vote makes a lot of sense purely for just how he played, right? I mean, a lot of the times you see cool scoreline and you just lock in a vote, right? But this wasn't that. I think that BDD also just played out the game exceptionally well. As we're checking this out, what is happening here? It's KT's sponsor, Hospital, and he wants to get a day off so that he can go to the final.
That is a phenomenal sponsorship for KT. You know, you could easily brand that as having heart problems after watching your favorite.
Yeah, there you go. And honestly, if anyone knows who KT is, they would believe you. 100%.
I'm not gonna lie, the fact we have a doctor in the house makes me feel a lot better.
Oh yeah,
with some of these games.
In fact, I think that he's probably hired by the KT fan group in order to make sure that everyone is safe.
That would make a lot of sense.
Because otherwise we would have a lot of cardiac arrest.
I'm just starting to wonder, is one doctor enough?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we actually did single out one of the doctors, but I think there's one per row.
Oh.
Just to make sure that everyone is taken care of.
That's very good. Good news.
This is just an assumption. Of course, I don't have any official information, but I think that it does make a lot of sense. So, jungle is all banned once again. This is exactly the same bans that we saw in game number 1. And is Susan going to be once again taken away? Because that would be mirrored as far as these bans are concerned.
The thing is, if you ban Nasus here, it's probably just the Azir first pick again. So it'll be interesting to see what they opt to do in this situation.
They're taking as much time as they can, and it will just be the Nasus.
Then I think T1 just lock the Azir.
Yeah.
I think when Azir is strong, Faker will just do this. We've seen this in the past like year and a half happen a lot where it's like, okay, well Azir's open, we'll just stick him on it. Consistently high priority. So now, over the side of KT...
I think why don't you just lock Smolder Senna and just say your move?
They haven't really been leaning towards the Senna. They've been going this for Next and Sedge consistently. But there is the threat of that Olaf. But to be fair, last time the Olaf was picked in second rotation, they will let it through the second rotation. My question for T1 is, how heavily do you prioritize the Lilia? Or do you just take Senna Olaf right now?
Yeah.
The Olaf did great in the top lane matchup against the Renekton. If you leave it to second rotation, it's going to ban 100%. The Aatrox didn't fit the bill. If you're going to make the center thing work, I think Olaf center here would be good. But they want to prioritize the Lilia for Ona, and they will lean on that instead. So the question is, do they still go for the center, knowing that the Olaf is off the cards? The answer is probably, but we'll have to see what they can come up with as a solution to the lack of that.
So Lilia is going to be locked in, and then, I mean, if we're just following game one to the letter, it is just going to be center locked in, and then we move over to a Smolder pick. And I think that that's actually kind of likely to happen. I think if you drop the center, you're in a little bit of trouble, but instead it's going to be the Olaf, and that will be locked in just to make sure that Zeus can once again get that matchup towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, because
Veigar?
He was doing well in the top matchups. They want to secure that. I don't like the Veigar, because I think Veigar is a good pick into Azir. Do you know what it's not a good pick into?
Olaf. Yeah. I was just thinking, I'm like, why would you pivot to that of all things?
But now the problem is you've got the Olaf shirt, good matchup for Zeus, but that center is going to get banned, so you won't have that pairing that made the Olaf so obnoxious that's sustained in those fights. We'll have to see what T1 cooks up for the bot lane, finally being pushed away from the center. They're going to ban Kalista here.
I think that it has to be Kalista Ziggs, right? Otherwise, I think it's just a Ziggs lock-in again, and then Beryl gets to counterpick for support, and he's very happy to do that.
Honestly, I think if KT get the chance to do it freely, they can just go Ziggs Rel again. And you know what? That'd be very similar to the composition they played last game. Do you know why? Because it'd be exactly the same as the composition they played
and it'd be relatively good, because in last game, it was good.
Yeah.
As there's the Ziggs. So an understandable ban away here. And do they just go Seraphine, or is it just MF?
I think you leave support counterpicks from on port.
Well, I wasn't thinking for support, because Deft has done it already. And it is another long-range mage that they could play on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they could in theory. But again, into the Olaf, the CC is limiting.
That's a very good point.
So I think the MF, pretty good. We've obviously seen the value of the ult if you can get people to stay on it. The question is, what they're going to play support. They'll see what T1 pick up, though. We're going to see Jhin from Boom. No, just to the Varus last second. So we've seen the Varus rise up a bit in priority. Not too much great success, but the on-hit Varus did get some buffs a couple of patches ago that really allowed him to find his way in the meta. And the question is, what does Keria play in this situation? I think a lot of supports would just pick an engage support. That would be the standard for probably 90% of our roster in the LCK, is you just pick like whoever you want out of like Rel or Alistar or Leona.
I think you just pick Rel, right?
And I think he's probably just going to pick the Rel.
And now Beryl will pick Alistar, and because that is the theoretical counter, because she presses her button and then you press headbutt. But we did see that this was a catastrophic failure yesterday.
Yep.
BNK, they were like, haha, we will outthink you by picking the Alistar. You cannot pick Rel. And then they picked Rel and they won. Because Rel's really good. So that is what KT are going to do. This is a different story, right? Duro, very new support here in the LCK, playing for BNK yesterday. This is Beryl, who was probably one of our best Alistars in a really long time, in 2019, which was a really long time ago. And he has a lot of practice on this champion. Can certainly set up for a lot of these big team fights to allow BDD and Deft to do as much damage as they would like. A lot of physical damage here on the side of KT, but when you have true damage, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and Smolder also does quite a lot of mixed damage as well. It is obviously more physical, but still does a decent amount of magic as well.
Make It Rain is magic damage as well, I'm pretty sure.
True, it is.
So there you go.
Too significant.
Hey, how dare you? How dare you?
But yeah, I mean, I think this is the most standard compositions we've seen so far from these teams. A lot of it's going to come down to execution. I do think that BDD on the Smolder again is a bit worrying. He's been such a threat on that pick.
It's Swift to support Swiss. He's Swiss coming in to support T1. Wow. I actually got very confused. I was like, Swift? Because I didn't assume that he was going to be just hanging out here in LoL Park. That's a long way to come. So welcome. Hope you have a good time. And let's hope that your team wins for you. On the other side of things, KT, they've got another draft that looks very similar to their other ones. And we'll see whether it's going to work out this time around as we get ready to jump onto the Rift. Whoever wins here is going to be going to match point. See who it's going to be.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, I feel like KT are getting less and less hinged as far as the fan chants are concerned.
As they should be.
Yep, I think it's only going to get louder from here.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned. One thing is that if Zeus has a good top lane, well, he's done well in this matchup in game 1. If he has a good time top lane, you have the double threat of Ona Faker. And really, I think, you know, if Deft doesn't get a good ult, you're really reliant on BDD to carry these fights. So, you know, T1, once again, playing a composition with more threats. But I feel like the Ziggs was more of a backup threat in game 2 than Deft can be in this one. So maybe a bit of concerns about that. Just depend, obviously, how things play out. I wonder if we see KT try to make something happen in the top lane before we get Zeus with ult, but he's actually not going to go top yet. There's a swap coming through. I wonder if he gets to spot it out. He does have a ward covering, so he should get information here. Olaf not going to play lane. Level 1 feels really bad.
Yeah, and they are trying to hide it for as long as possible. As you can see here, Zeus just getting sliced on, and Deft is standing on a ward. I think he thinks that he's being tricky, but you can see from the fact that Zeus is backing away, they are going to get full information as to the lane swap that is occurring. As you can see that Beryl is still not really doing a whole lot of the laning thing, because of course it is just Perfect and Deft pushing out the lane.
He's just hanging around, you know.
Yeah, the cow is just he's out of the paddock and getting stuff done.
This is the danger though, because I think swapping for KT is good, and I think it's big that Zeus wasn't aware, so it takes longer for him to do this. But Olaf is one of the most annoying champions to have invade your jungle level 1.
Ooh, now he's sort of realizing that he's going to have to get out of here. As, all right, we do have the back completed. And Zeus will pick up a lot of the farm underneath this turret, as we can see.
Yeah, it is only casters, so it's not a ton XP. He will hit level 2, but he won't really be ahead compared to Perfect. But normal lane's returning pretty quick overall. And, you know, we've seen short swaps since MSI, since the fortification changes. This is probably like the shortest swap we've seen.
Yeah.
Like a brief little visit to top lane for Deft and Beryl.
This must be really annoying for Gumayushi. Look at these minions. They're still alive, and they're on 0 health. And so Deft should be able to get a whole bunch of them when he could have otherwise been denied.
Yep, the XP a big thing as well. Even if he's not able to get the gold from all of them, just getting the XP is massive. Oner is going to push in aggressively here. He knows he has Prio in the bot lane, and a big wave stacked up, so he knows he can't really be challenged here.
Yeah, you can see that Piotrek is moving on over, but like you were saying, Deft and Beryl sort of tied down right now. Ward goes in, Piotrek going to be spotted as there is the smite. Oner going to be able to secure it, and the Gromp now going to be considered here by Piotrek. No bowling ball to connect as Gumayushi Carrier are going to continue to be frustrating as no real lead to be picked up from either side. We've seen in our first couple of games that the action sort of starts relatively early, especially in game number 2. As that is going to be Piotrek locking it down. No piercing arrow to steal that one there. Gumayushi just getting his eye in for things to come.
Yeah, that would have been a tilter. You know, it's not even about the impact in the game. That's a hard one to shake off if it does happen. KT trying to have some presence here and force T1 away. But Oner will turn up just to protect his bot lane and get them back in the lane. And Zeus not doing so hot in this matchup so far.
Yeah, Perfect actually kind of having a bit of a renaissance here in this top lane.
I think, honestly, the impact of the level 1 that Olaf has into Renekton cannot be understated. Like, you can really zone him away, stack up the wave, harass him with axes, and just missing out on that. I think really hurt Zeus. Obviously, Renekton at level 3 gets a lot of power.
Yeah, working out so far. You can see BDD doing exactly what he did in the first couple of games. And, of course, this is the same matchup as game number 1. Faker in a little bit of trouble here in this lane. I think did manage to get the cannon.
Yeah, might have to.
That's what he's happy about, but looking for a recall, yeah.
TP back in here. I think he's too low. We'll see, though. We do see Oner just in the vicinity covering. I think he got a level up there, so he's not actually too bad. Not a great spot to be in. You know, when you're playing anything in a smolder, you don't want to be winning early. But especially when you prio this Azir, you really don't want to be falling behind. And with the Olaf going down as well, things aren't looking so hot for T1 in this game.
Definitely a much better start here for KT. And I think we were not the only ones worried about what KT decided to do, right? Committing to this Renekton Sejuani anytime they could find it. But we're starting to see some of the value as, even though they haven't necessarily been paired up all that often, it's been extraordinarily valuable in both of these games. As there we go, Pureshik going to be able to lock it down as Ona is not able to find Sejuani with the bowling ball.
The back and forth, a lot of just looking for any little camps to steal away. Still an edge for Ona, but Pureshik able to answer back does make a difference.
Yep.
And we see that swap coming in. We saw this from KT earlier in the series. And now it's T1 leading the charge. Sending their Varus up top lane. They really want to prioritize these grubs and will move their bot lane there to do so. And you can see that KT, they've just TP'd Perfect in top. So they don't have the members to contest this as 4v5. One thing to say, if they act now, it's an MF. She can get here pretty quickly as far as champions go.
Yep.
With a strut. But it's also Zeus with that TP, so actually, sorry, it's a 4v4 still, and KT feeling confident on that. It's Perfect level 6.
Yep, PDD also had control of the mid-wave, so able to get here first. Oh, the steal! That was pretty sexy. T1, I think, can possibly even just move away from this, but you can see Carrier looking aggressive. That's a flash out from Beryl. Mum does a lot of damage to T1. But it is going to be just these two grubs that are going to be taken away. Another one? Gumayushi perhaps? No, not going to happen this time. As, yeah, Perfect just going to walk up and stun the Varus.
That's a crocodile.
Yeah, he's pretty scary. He does have Dominus up and available. Gumayushi without the Chains of Corruption just yet. And he's now just going to look for a reset. As Zeus is going to get hit by the double up from Deft there. One of the most satisfying abilities in League of Legends, I think. Landing a good double up feels so good.
Oh, it's so annoying to play against, though. The angles are sometimes fine.
Oh, yeah.
Bounces to the side. Very frustrating to go up against.
I feel like it's one of Spaghetti's greatest achievements.
Yeah.
Is just how double up works sometimes. It's a beautiful thing.
The ways it finds you. But yeah, I mean, so KT get 2. I think the steal for T1, they can be pretty happy with that one. But ends up being a 4v4 on the top side. And considering T1 swapped that bot lane up there, they're kind of losing out, you know. There's now a CS deficit in the bot lane as well. We talked already about how mid and top weren't going as good as T1 had hoped. We're now seeing an advantage for Deft in the bot lane as well between him and Guma. So things just going from kind of bad to worse, I feel like, for T1. It's not significant, right? The lead is very gradual, very small at this point. But definitely in favor of KT right now, I think, with how the game's played out. But Guma now has access to his ultimate. We'll see if the Varus can make some plays. They're looking towards this Renekton under tower.
Possible dive avenue here as they're stacking up this wave. And they do have a lot of chain CC. Of course, Perfect will be able to just press Dominus and try to weather the storm, but this is... Yeah, this is real dangerous. I see what you did there. The ultimate has been precast, but there it is. I just don't know what he's going to be able to do here. He goes and has a nap, and that is going to be first blood going over to Ona. And meanwhile, underneath the turret here, Ragnarok has been popped, and Pureshik has to flash. Deft not quite able to grab it quickly enough, but still going to be able to lock down the kill. So both top laners are being treated to some top lane action. And it is just going to be relatively even. T1, though, do come out ahead by picking up first blood and a bit of extra added on farm and things like that.
It must be Charles being the top laner.
Oh, yeah.
Play, honestly. It's just so unfair. Obviously, both teams trading here. BDD will get that cannon.
Oh, that was very close. You see Faker really trying to make that caster minion do a bit more damage.
This is so hard. Carrier leads it with the Q. They layer the CC. But because of the sleep, they can drop aggro, let the sleep come through, and then just move back in. Really hard to counter against. And then bot lane, you can ignore the CC, but between the Alistar and the Sejuani, they're so tanky. Beryl ignites, tanks the tower up for a bit. Pureshik takes a couple of hits, and then here, Deft flashes, and is just outside tower range. So only really the big bulky tanks taking tower hits means Zeus can't do anything in return.
It is still going to be a lot of flashes utilized there. You saw Beryl, Deft, and Pureshik all having to invest them. Yeah. Ona holds onto his, Gumayushi his, Carrier his. Perfect also not going to be flashing. And Zeus, guess what? He didn't flash either.
He did ghost though. But yeah, it definitely felt like T1 had to clean a dive there. Now, they're looking for a redive here. Zeus doesn't quite have his ult yet. It's up very soon though. Should be up by the time they're in position to dive. Ona could move down here, but he's got his Raptors to deal with. You know,
There is some killing some camps to take down. The Ragnarok, like you were talking about, still up and
now.
available. Let's see whether this can work in a 3v2, as there is the Ragnarok coming down. Bowling ball avoided, as Beryl is just dead. That's the watch out eat from Ona, as he is going to get pushed back there momentarily. And that dive just straight up didn't work.
Yeah, Beryl was pretty low HP before he ulted, so it just wasn't enough to keep him healthy. And also, Olaf has some true damage in the kit, so you don't get a full reduction against him. Good play there to counteract KT's attempt. And Ona now with 2 kills in pocket and already a farm lead over Pioshik, feeling pretty good. Now Perfect can just renect in the wave.
Yeah, he did just renect in the wave. Had to press W for that one, and will be able to... Oh, that's a little bit of a shame. Still going to get the experience. It's all going to be fine, but the result of this is the fact that Zeus is now up a wave. And he's feeling pretty good about it. Does have to go back now, so Deft is going to get some spare time with this this outer in the bottom lane. But with these grubs up and available, T1 with a much better position around it. And I think KT just going to have to be happy taking some plates for themselves, although Deft is going to be backing away.
Yeah, so his thing is that Zeus isn't on the map right now, but he could be heading topside. KT don't know, so they have to kind of respect the fact that they don't have information on how many members are going to be there. I also think with Ona being so strong, it's a bit of a cautious one. So they're just going to give up the grubs completely and look instead towards the dragon. There's an ocean dragon first of all.
Does mean that that's not going to be the soul, which is good news.
Yep, and also the ocean dragon is an early dragon. It's pretty nice to sustain. It is 12 minutes though, a bit after laning phase. But T1, no hesitation. You take dragon, okay, we're going to take this top lane tier 1 and get some first tower gold.
Well, Deft, he can make it rain. That makes things a little bit annoying there for Ona to be able to catch up. And that is going to be that dragon taken down. But I think the trade here, not exactly fantastic for KT. As you can see, we're ballooning to above 2,000 gold, the lead for T1 with not only first blood, but with now first brick on top of it. And these incremental leads that T1 have been able to put together for themselves have been pretty impressive considering the early game state that we did see created by KT.
Yeah, it didn't look ideal, and they've managed to really pull things back in their control. I will say, bit unfortunate, Carrier picked up the gold there, shared with Guma. You can see they try to stall it out, so it'd be Guma's solo gold. Obviously a bit unfortunate there, but still Guma getting enough to finish off this Blade of the Ruined King. Is a bit nerfed on this patch for range champions, 5 less AD, 5% less attack speed, but still pretty good for the on-hit Varus.
Yep, sort of one of these things that he still has to build. The Terminus Wits End build is also so tanky.
Yeah, they also changed Terminus so it has more on-hit damage early, although if you're not rushing it, it's not really a major thing to worry about. I wasn't on this patch, it was like the patch before, I think. But not that much magic damage on the side of KT, so I expect a lot of armor to be picked up by T1 in this one. Now, finally back to normal lanes with a bot 2v2, but with Ona here kind of cheating, allows T1 to get another plate.
Yeah, more money going over to Gumayushi and to Carrier. We haven't really been paying too much attention in the mid lane, as it is just trading a farm. That's it.
It literally is. That's all they're doing.
Yep, 100%. We'll see whether BDD can once again have a big impact, but right now he is in hibernation, I guess. Just looking to grow up, you know, as is the young Smolder's way. As Pioshik going to be taking his red buff and now considering moving forward, trying to find something to get done here on this map. The Rift Herald going to be spawning in 7 seconds time, and that might be where they're going to be putting their attention. It's Faker moving down towards the bottom lane, teleport in hand.
Yeah, it just feels like KT not really in position to contest a lot of these things, because the fact they have both Deft and Beryl down here, Faker's down here, but he's got TP, so it just feels like they're really not interested in contesting some of these early objectives.
Yeah.
And giving a lot of space to T1, not wanting to face them head on, which can make sense when you have that Smolder. You're like, let's just let him scale, but they are starting to fall more and more behind. This Herald could mean a mid-tier 1 for T1, which would be huge.
Well, they are just going to take it. Let's see where they do put it down. Might actually just be plonked into the mid lane immediately. As Perfect and Zeus continuing to go at it here. See Perfect in a better position than he was in game number 1, but I think not in as good of a position as he was in prior. As BDD wants to grab this cannon, will be able to do so, won't be able to stop the charge, but also Shelly's not really going to be able to get more than just a bit of damage onto this outer turret, so not the most consequential. of the Rift Heralds. Still going to be a lot of value as far as T1 keeping up the tempo, and as you can see, 2.7k going to be their advantage moving into this mid-game that we're seeing upon us right now. First item buys to come in. Ona does have now his Liandry's. Still looking for Zeus to complete his Stride Breaker, which is likely to come in relatively soon. And yeah, just feeling a little bit like we're calming down. KT probably okay with it because they have a Smolder and things like that, but I also think that T1 with Faker on Azir are also just a much calmer team. It's what it feels like to me. They're just ready to take things as they come, and they know that they can always just win a clutch team fight if they decide to.
And I feel like in a minute 30, we're going to have the Hextech Dragon. That's probably where we're going to see the first real bit of action between these two teams, other than those dives. And already, T1 moving to try and set up some vision. There's a lot of wards down from KT in return. Stride Breaker picked up for Zeus, some spikes coming through. And this is definitely going to be the point of contention. You can see T1 trying to establish mid-prio before moving through.
Yep, Def going to be able to clear out these minions pretty quick, smart. Faker down here, continuing to put on the pressure, and Ona always shadowing. Carrier always here. And T1 with a lot to just defend Faker in his position right now. There are a couple of schools of thought on T1 is what we've kind of discovered, and that is either leave Faker completely alone and be in position to punish elsewhere, or everyone just get ready for the global taunt to work.
Yep, no half measures. It's all or nothing. Do you see BDD picking up the Triforce? And he's going to make his way top just to clear out this wave.
Does have teleport, so he's the one that is allowed to do that. 24 seconds.
Dragon, and KT already have one, so if they're not feeling it, they can just give this up. And we see actually Pioshik and Beryl moving up towards the top side of the map, so perhaps that might just be the game plan.
Yeah.
Just trade the dragons and one apiece, not really too much concern either way, whatever this all is.
Still going to be Faker taking a bottom out of turret as well, so that stacked onto everything is only going to continue to build T1's lead. Pioshik in this Herald pit. Not really doing a whole lot of anything at all. Is perfect just down here to collect this wave as it comes down. And Faker and Ona just going to be sieging. And KT just kind of milling about. It's not looking like they have too much of a plan of where to make an attack happen. It looks like maybe they can fight for this dragon, but Banana Brush control not going to be something that they can actually get around. And it just feels to me like T1 using their chess pieces on the map just a bit better than what KT have been able to do so far.
Yeah, the side lane of pressure from the Azir and Olaf did a pretty good job. And Zeus has TP ready. He's out of vision if they want to move. And I think KT just giving this one up.
Yeah, looks like this one's not going to be something that they can actually fight for. We'll have a look at what soul it is going to be. Mountain Soul to come in.
Good one.
Yep, either team going to be pretty happy about that.
And now looking to try and apply some pressure towards that mid-tier 1. Def could just ult the wave, so I don't think they're going to commit too hard.
Yeah, decides that he doesn't even want to do that. Just going to be able to clear out these as usual, as T1 do not push any further forward.
Okay, so yeah, T1 still with that lead, but nothing really come from that in the past few minutes other than just like these gradual incremental increases, which I think is fine. But BDD, you've only got about 4 or 5 minutes until he's going to be stacked up. Obviously, playing into a Azir is a bit slower stacking than playing into a Yasuo, but he's been pretty consistent on those. And that's the point where it gets pretty scary.
Yeah.
So incremental advantages generally in a game of League of Legends is a fine way to win the game. But, you know, they always have to consider the fact that BDD will remain a threat no matter what the state of the game is once he has those stacks. T1 starting to establish some control around Baron. This is often where, when T1 do want to push the pace of a game, Baron is where they look. It was also a very late first dragon, so Soul is so far away for either team.
Yeah, no, it's kind of ridiculous, especially because they've traded dragons so far, so it needs to be 3 more of these elementals to be actually collected. But like you were saying, I mean, Baron is certainly on the cards, because not only do they have on-hit Varus with the Blade of the Ruined King, but they've got double Liandry's. Like, this is a lot of Baron damage here from T1. They would like to go for it. Nice Pulverize going to connect, but Carrier just crashes down out of the way of it. And just testing the waters here, RKT haven't really seen just an honest 5v5 between these two squads. And I think that is what a lot of these, what both of these compositions are kind of built for. It's far as getting that wombo down, finding these engages, finding the angles, allowing Zeus to run amok, or allowing Def to find that big ulti as Flash has to come out here as the Dominus has been popped. Perfect. Going down so incredibly low. Teleports coming in from everyone as Ona kind of creep blocked, and that is going to be somehow BDD picking up that kill. As a result, I think it kind of works out for KT in a weird way. Especially after also getting the flash.
I think they're pretty happy. They get a shutdown as well from Ona. You see T1 trying to go for an aggressive play there, punish the Renekton in the side lane, but they just don't quite kill him quick enough. You see immediately, they see Perfect out of position. They're like, let's go, let's make this happen. Zeus is the one who ults, so obviously Perfect's not going to burn his stun on him. And this stun at the end on Ona, that little extra bit makes all the difference, and then Ona gets slowed, gets creep blocked, and now Faker also
Faker is just
down.
dead. Okay, BDD gonna flap away from the wall, and you can see that little grin on BDD's face. Feeling pretty good as a 2-0 Smolder once again.
This is kind of the problem, okay? Incremental advantages, you make 2 mistakes. It doesn't feel like they're massive mistakes, but now BDD's also picking up this tower. He is just suddenly monster fed out of nowhere. You know, he got the gold for the Faker kill, he got the shutdown for the Ona kill. He is going to be a problem and has continued to be throughout the series, even the game they lost.
Oh, unfortunately, caught backing there a little bit. Did have vision, but it was just not enough. And the pincer maneuver going to be able to take him down. KT not holding anything back to kill him there either. They're like, nope, we're just going to press ultimate buttons and we will take you down. Pure Shit going to land the ulti. And of course, with a stationary target, it is going to work out. So, a little bit of dropping of the ball here for T1, but not end of the world. And as you can see, it is still almost a 2,000 gold lead. So that has brought KT back about 1,000 gold. The problem is Smolder.
Yeah, it's just the Smolder factor. And I think T1 might get to the point where they're starting to look for plays that could feel a bit desperate here. They are hovering around Baron again. BDD is 2 levels up on Faker right now. And, you know,
he's 2 levels up on everyone.
Yeah, highest level in the game. This is not where you want the game to be. And remember, T1 is on blue side. You know, if the teams keep trading wins on blue side, that's fine.
Whoa, okay. So Beryl was able to get the headbutt off, but unfortunately he headbutted the air.
Yeah, but as I was saying, you know, T1 is on blue side. Blue side wins only so far in the series. If they're losing on blue side, it's really such a big advantage to KT, who didn't have side selection going into this.
Yeah.
T1 can kind of be happy. Okay, blue side win, blue side win, blue side win. Do that for the whole series and T1 win the series. If KT win this game, suddenly that formula doesn't work anymore.
It means that they will be guaranteed another blue side game, or maybe even another win on red, in theory. As of course, that's where they would be put back, but it does just give you so much flexibility in these games. I think you're exactly right. Feels like tennis, right? Feels like breaking a serve.
Yep, 100%.
If you don't manage to win on that blue side. I don't think it's necessarily quite that much. We've seen, you know, sides be very, very, you know, powerful in the past.
2-2-3 stacks, by the way, for BDD, and that's 2-2-5. He's got the burn now. That's exactly what you want coming into a dragon fight. Guma.
Mom gets angry, and that is set up by a Make It Rain.
Yeah, and they traded Guma's ult for Barrels. Obviously, losing the Alistar ult is a lot more vulnerable, but the Varus ult's pretty valuable in these 5v5s. Both teams just kind of playing an ARAM right now. The Dragon is up and available, but KT are like, no. We're not in a rush. I think that is the statement to really define this game.
Yeah.
KT. This is the most
This is the least
approach.
Yeah, it's the least rushed I've seen KT all year.
Ever, really.
It's actually just kind of nuts. The general franticness of this team just hasn't really existed today. Outside of, I guess, in game number 1, where it was just like both teams throwing each other at each other the entire time. But that's fine. You need a little bit of that original Telecom War flavor.
Oh man, it's so annoying as well trying to contest a wave against Smolder because you can just bounce the Qs off the minions and hit people.
Yeah.
He doesn't have rapid fire
Speaking
yet.
of bouncing Qs, that's what Def does as well.
Oh, that is true. A lot of
bouncy Qs. And then he had a bouncy Q in game 2 as well.
Oh man.
He's only been playing bouncy Qs.
They've been abusing bouncy Qs.
Oh.
We do see that bit of poke coming in return. But still, T1 just, they don't have an avenue here. They can't find anything. They're kind of just hovering around mid. And the Dragon's alive, but the longer this time passes, the more and more the potential of a soul is just out the window.
Yeah.
Like at this point, the earliest you can get a soul is what, like 34, 35 minutes? That's, by that point, the Smolder is beyond online. He's just downloaded the game and he's taken over.
Yep. He's fully patched and ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
At that point. Doesn't need to worry. As Gumayusi going to be able to clear out some more vision. Banana Brush control still there for T1.
I mean, this is
out
how
of turret
confident
is still alive.
This is how confident KT is in that T1 can't do the dragon. Pioshik just went topside to do red buff. Like, yeah.
Huh.
What are you guys going to do about it? You know, let's just go back to farming. Let's pretend the dragon didn't even spawn. Does the dragon exist if no one actually enters the pit and kills it? Apparently not.
Yeah, I don't know. Jonas Strong is going to have to show us to see whether that is in fact true. But that's 3 items for BDD. So the dragon most certainly does exist.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, Triforce, great early item because you proc on every Q. Manamune gives you a lot of AD, procs on your Q as well. Rapid Fire doesn't increase your damage by that much, but the long-ranged auto is so powerful, particularly into a comp like T1's, to just how frequently he can get these Qs off. And now he's just going to become so much more dangerous.
Yeah, especially when the Q is stacked this far, because not only does it benefit from having stacks, it also gets you more stacks, because you hit more Qs.
Yeah.
As Zeus
there's a dragon! Wait.
Maybe this is the way to take the dragon, is just to throw a Viking at it.
Did you guys know there's a dragon up?
Yeah, I just found out.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Zeus, for showing us. Zeus is going to then deny its existence immediately afterwards, and will move away. Looks like neither team really wants to contend with there being an Elder Drake possibility on the map, as now Beryl could be in trouble once again, going to be trading his ulti for Gumayushi's.
I genuinely think this is the longest, like, a third dragon has been alive all season.
Yeah.
Like, for such a long time.
They just don't care about it.
I mean, I think KT are just like, you know, we'll sit here and not take the dragon for another 20 minutes and just give BDD's at 260 stacks now.
I mean, BDD is a member of the Dragon Preservation
We have a
Society,
dragon, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, we don't kill dragons. I prefer to stay undying for, 2 games in a row. That sounds great.
Yeah. I'm loving the pacifist approach.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
From KT. Well, they are killing minions, but I guess BDD doesn't value minions on the same level as dragons.
I'm starting to appreciate wanting to take down the dragons, though. They're looking pretty dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
As Carrier gets burnt a whole lot. Zeus is going to be giving his team a red buff. That is going to be the collection there. KT wanting to grab some buffs themselves.
And I will say, this has been the least inspiring 3,000 gold lead I've ever seen. You know, they are technically ahead in terms of money, but I just don't feel it right now. It just doesn't seem to be relevant.
No, I think that BDD is a little bit ahead in being smolder.
Yeah. Well, I will say,
that's
though,
the problem. Bouncy Qs as well, by the way.
It would be so crazy if just a fight broke out and they got on top of him and just one-shot him. How we've been talking about this whole time.
Yeah.
And he just immediately... Wait, are they gonna...
Hang on.
No, they're killing the scuttle. They're killing the scuttle.
Okay. But, we just Scryer's orbed the dragon.
He's killing the ward?
And so the dragon does exist once again.
He's like... They are really doing the pacifist run this time.
Oh, yeah.
I guess no one should tell BDD that they did kill that ocean dragon earlier. But I guess, some people become vegetarians later in life. I guess you're not going to...
Wow, BDD started up the dragon. He's not a member of the Dragon Preservation Society.
Or maybe he left,
Oh, yeah, maybe he had to leave because otherwise they were never going to be able to get the objective. Speaking of objectives, T1, they're just going to run over towards this Baron, and the dragon will be taken, but can there be any responses? Beryl just dives in there. All right, maybe that's the response. It's perfect, just pokes his head in, and then hops out again immediately, and KT have stopped the Baron.
Yeah, they started to take some damage, and I think they were really conscious of the freshly level 16 BDD pressing R on them in the pit and just one-shotting them.
He's going to call his mom, and it's one of those call your mom when his mom's really scary.
Yeah.
Have you had those friends before? And he's just like, no, I'll tell my mom on you. And you're like, no, please don't.
Yeah. When you come over to their house, and, you'll be doing something, and like a glass will smash or something, and immediately everyone...
all the blood drains out of your face. Yeah. It's like, please tell me that's not one of the good ones. Oh, dear.
You know what? If the mum's that angry, it doesn't even matter if it's one of the good ones.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. You just have to be extremely careful. Speaking about being careful, KT carefully trying to assess whether this Baron is going to be taken down. That is going to be some vision given over. BDD going to be the one to answer the Olaf, as this farming is looking very satisfying. Unless you're a T1 fan, as Pioshik, this is good news for T1 fans. Pioshik a little bit too far forward. Owner running very, very quickly. The bowling ball not quite going to connect, but Kosher going to be sent packing here for now. I believe does have his Warmogs completed, so we'll be able to get that health back relatively soon.
Oh, not quite, actually. So.
Oh, doesn't actually have it built up. Man, been
Beryl
sitting
has
on those
no
components
wards,
for a while.
So they will get vision with the Make It Rain. Beryl actually has no wards and isn't able to recall.
All right, he's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. This one eats some Honey Fruit. Shattering Strike does not land, but Ona will be able to put him to sleep. Throws down the ulti, but had no health to back it up, and is still just able to walk it off. Never mind.
Yeah, he just lives, I guess.
Those hooves were made for walking. As now, Pyoshik looking for a bit of an angle. T1, I think they found it, though, as Chains of Corruption going to have to be flashed. But that's not even the main thing. They have so much control around this Baron area as Beryl running back, hoofing it as fast as he can.
Okay, but Death can get vision with Make It Rain. That's all they have right now. They're just going to have to go for it.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find an angle. Here's the Magnet Storm looking to try and keep them out of the pit. And Pyoshik still gets in, but it's not going to be good enough. Look at this AoE damage, it's gigantic. But T1 are still just going to be able to get out of there with the purple buff in hand.
It's a successful heist, but it still feels weirdly... You know, it worked. They got the Baron, but BDD is still so strong. It still doesn't feel like a true victory right now. They lose one member, they get away. They're going to lose a tower as well.
I feel like we're going to get to the point where T1 has like a 10,000 gold lead, and they're inside KT's base. And we're still worried about the Smolder.
Yeah, I don't think that worry's ever going to go away. It's a win for T1, right? They got the Baron. You can't complain about that. But it's on the knife's edge. And you look at this situation, it's a great ult for Carrier to keep Pyoshik out the pit, gets in too late. But he just gets deleted. And the rest of the team, I was thinking like, BDD, imagine if you flashed Q someone if he was just in range. You'd kill like 4 people.
Yep.
So it really feels like they're kind of just hiding from the dragon at this point. Which has kind of been what they've been doing all game, hiding from the dragons.
I think it's a very smart idea. The dragons are pretty scary. Speaking of which...
370 farm. That perfect timing from the observers. But I want the stacks. I mean, he must be at like, maybe like 350 at this point. He's so strong. He's got Leandri's finished as well.
And it's not like Faker is farming really badly or anything like that, like he's being shut out of the game. It's just everything's being funneled. He's caught every side lane. Everything has just gone into BDD, and it's understandable. He's now got 4 items, and they're all really good items.
You know, this feels like an aiming Smolder game.
Oh, it really does. I feel like we watched this yesterday. And aiming won a few of those games. So we can see that building up the Smolder is certainly something that does work. But now it's T1's forte. This is where they get to utilize their control of the map. And you can see able to take down inner turret in the top lane. And it looks like Zeus will be able to protect this siege minion as well, getting to work in this mid lane. 4 grubs paying off as well.
Yeah, this is big, especially against a Smolder. Baron push is going to be tricky just because you can shred the wave so effectively. But T1 keep pushing the gold advantage, but it still feels dangerous. And the thing is, Soul is so far away. Soul is just a non-factor right now. The dragon was delayed so much. Like, if T1 secure this dragon, then Soul's just not happening for the longest time.
Nope.
No Elder, really, to push the pace of the game, well, other than BDD.
Oh, okay. Ona is going to look for a little bit of aggression here as he prances forward. That is going to be the blue buff secured. Takes away from all of KT. As Beryl not going to get bold. And it is going to be a Gromp secured here.
You know, this game... This game is really just a test of how strong Smolder actually is. Can he carry...
Yeah.
From a 6k gold deficit, he's the fed one on the team. Everyone else is kind of just supporting cast.
And it's like, there's been 7 kills this game. Somehow, there's a 6,000 gold lead. As T1, they've started up the dragon. Vision now given over to KT. As teleport to come in. Let's see what can happen here as the dragon does fly by, but it's just a little bit of damage onto Ona. They get the edge. Pyoshik, they do manage to avoid the Chains of Corruption largely, but in goes Ona, he goes golden. Can they find the sleeps they're looking for? The flash out from BDD, but he's still gonna get taken down. And this is like what you were talking about, Orcs. Unfortunately, sometimes the little dragon just goes pop, and T1, they are just crushing KT with their wallets now. It's a little bit anticlimactic, but that is the way T1 are going to do it as they look to try and bring us to the next game with match point in hand. That's going to be the clean ace. And T1, I think, just marching up the mid lane.
BDD, he's got a QSS in his inventory, just bought it now, but it's too late. Ends up getting CC'd, ends up going down, and that Smolder, who felt like such a threat, goes down with a whimper. T1, the incremental advantage is apparently we're enough to win them this game.
They're going to make a little bit more proactive play there on the side of KT. I was praising them for their patience, but sometimes it's too much. And that was a little bit too much. T1, well-deserved win here, and they will move to match point in this telecom war. It is once again an opportunity for KT to move back towards the blue side, but I think if there was ever a chance for them to take a red side win, maybe they'll be looking at game 3 as that was their opportunity, their chance to do it. Wasn't quite the case this time around, but I'm very excited to see how the draft is going to develop further as we move into some of the next games.
This is the problem sometimes when you're playing in a deficit like this, is if you, even though you have like the strong scaling aspect of your comp who can just 1v9 fights, if you make a single mistake, the game's over. You know, there's like little windows where you have to put up resistance. One of them, the Baron, the fact they didn't get in the pit, didn't have to steal, the fact they didn't clean up the fight, BDD wasn't in position in time, and that final fight just getting blown up. The damage numbers incredibly low across the board. You know, Oda being the most on 19,000 compared to like the previous game, just very lackluster in terms of how much damage, how much fighting. But T1 had a game plan and they never faltered. They saw the stacks on that small dome and went, you know what? It's okay.
Yeah.
We'll just win.
And if he can't do anything and just dies, then the amount of stacks does not actually matter at all. So congratulations to T1 being able to take this game, but it is not over yet. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down, and then we'll have game number 4. See you there.
일단 버텨. 천천히.
볼만해? 좋아.
할만해. 나 오른쪽 줄게.
살짝 안 보면 해볼게.
우리 아무나 잘 걸었어. 나 보는 중.
네네네네네네.
할리가 나 막혀 중이야. 아니야. 스몰더. 스몰더 볼게.
자자, 뒤에 나 딜러스.
스몰더 잡아봐.
레넥 잡았어.
위로. 미드라인.
미드라인 들어갈게.
펼 찍어줘야 돼. 오케이. 나 막아줘요. 내가 쫓아갈게 이거. 밀면 될 듯. 살았다. 가봐봐.
나이스.
뜨거운 파도 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
자신은 있어도 몰락은 없습니다.
T1 승리합니다.
본인들만의 색깔을 살렸던 경기들이 확실히 좋다는 생각이 들거든요. 이게 KT의 고점이고요.
나이다! 꽉 잡아 올라간다!
가족 사진 좀 같이 찍어.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 3, which T1 was able to take down. It did take quite a while with not much happening, but then eventually you just kill the Smolder and win the game. I guess that's all they had to do, guys.
Yeah, the last 2 games were very fun, and there was a lot of interaction with a lot of stuff. This was a nature documentary, and not one of the fun ones. This was an educational one, where yeah, I know T1 really reeled it back when it came to the draft, and they just picked a very straightforward front-to-back comp, showing that they still prioritize the Olaf, despite everything, as long as KT keep going for... Which, again, like, Olaf into Sejuani Renekton specifically, it just feels great. Even without the Senna. And KT, I think it's time to swap it up. I know that this draft has worked in 1 out of the 3 games, but that's not going to be enough.
The thing about this draft in particular is that the Ziggs ban was incredibly valuable for T1, and then they picked Misfortune, but were denied the Rel, of course, because you wouldn't allow them to have that. Maybe they thought that T1 would just pick Leona, so they would get the Rel anyways, and that would be some setup they have for their Smolder later on. There wasn't really any way to set up the Big Mom ultimates in this comp. There wasn't a way to set up the bullet time, and when KT fell a little bit behind, yeah, they were scaling, they were giving up objectives, they were scaling, but when was there ever going to be a moment where they could actually take control of a fight, take control of an objective, take control of a Baron? They lost map control. They kept buying control wards constantly to try to get vision back and failing. And the Sejuani that was already super low eco was constantly buying 2 control wards on every back and then never really having any map controlling presence. And this draft for me for KT just didn't hit. It had some of the same aspects of their last 2, but with none of the setup.
Yeah, not much setup and kind of just waited around, and eventually T1 picked up a Baron 30 minutes into the game, and there wasn't really much that KT could do about it either.
This was also after the KT was able to take the Dragon, and that in of itself looked fine. But this just feels like KT is like, oh, we need to get in there, which is I think reasonable, but it's so disjointed. Like trying to go in there as perfect when Barrow was 100% out of the fight means you're on the front line, and they just kind of trickle in 1 by 1. And then when there is a moment, which is I think as the Baron gets taken to go for the big killer blow, hopefully denying value of the Baron, they don't actually commit.
Yeah, because Inkaria actually blocks them from getting in here, and there's an attempt, right? Like Pioshik's over the wall, it's a little bit too late. However, the bullet time comes through, the Mom comes through, but no one secures the Baron on the side of KT. Sure, you kill the Rel, but that's 100% worth for T1.
And you have to flip it there. Like either BDD has to flash over to, like you just have to send it, because as we saw from that point on, they just, and even before that, but especially there, they didn't have any map control. I think that was the one window back into the game that they had.
Yeah, and even at this moment, they didn't really have that much map control, right? That's why T1 was able to take this. They were juggling with them constantly. Oh, you guys are putting vision on the Dragon, we go up to Baron, then KT's always behind on the play. The fact that they had the Rel meant that they could actually dictate the way that Baron played out. Similar story here.
Yeah, highlight number 2 where, you know, KT, they feel like they got to opt into a Dragon fight. They didn't want to give this one up, but unfortunately they leave themselves in a bad spot, and then Owner sets up a great sleep.
They could have just backed away from this because they didn't have a favorable position to make anything happen here, too. It was a little bit frustrating to watch, I think, if you're a KT fan, to see them half commit here and get caught by just way better positioning. Owner gets the sleep, Zeus is on the flank. There's just no way to shut down this Olaf as the comp falls apart.
There was only one member that mattered on KT, as we saw there, and that was specifically BDD. The moment BDD got caught, that's it. That's the end of the play. All the gold, all the resources were on him. He was the Smolder, and he ends up getting caught, and that ends up being the end of the game. It's not really, I think the last couple of games were a lot more back and forth, a lot more wacky. This was T1 was winning for like 30 minutes, got 1 Baron, 1 fight, and then the game was done.
Yeah, and then there was kind of 1 out for the side of KT, 1 chance to maybe make it in with the Smolder, and then it just got snuffed out in the span of like 10 seconds. So let's take a look at who does pick up the POG here. I assume it will be someone who did something great in that last fight, and it will be Owner who does pick it up. Not too surprising. He had a great game on the Lilia once again.
Also feels a little bit like Owner has been doing a really good job in this series, and I think Owner actually was my second vote for Opera as well. I think Owner has actually been an exceptional jungler, and what I really like is the actual importance that is being put on the Lilia, because to me it feels like Lilia is the one standout of the AP junglers left that doesn't feel like she has already been hamstrung by nerfs with a Brand, Zyra, and to a certain extent, Nidalee, more so just the meta kind of moving away from her, has been, and I think he played a really good game. There wasn't that much to do, but yeah.
Forever. And he had such a good early game as well, catching that dive bottom side, having the faster dive top side. And remember, this was a huge weight on their draft as well. They lost the Senna to take this Lilia, and it still worked out. They made it worth it. So, I mean, this, I think, is a pretty easy vote for me. I think Keria had a good game as well, but I'm glad to see Owner gets the credit he deserves.
Yeah, and the Lilia just feels so nice, especially when Piosik's just kind of spamming Sejuani over and over and over. The Lilia just kind of sits there, farms up, is great into tanks, great for setup, great for AoE setup, and Owner definitely very well deserved in this game number 3. But let's see what happens now for game 4. Let's go back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Bubblehead Valdez, for that one. And yes, we have T1 with match point now as we head towards game number 4. And what we're hoping for is a little bit more proactivity here from KT and a little bit less Sejuani Renekton.
That was definitely a KT Logic game where it's like stall, scale, get a smolder with 500 stacks, immediately lose.
Yep.
Immediately just lose the game. Something about eggs and baskets I think is applicable here.
Yeah.
But I think that they put this huge pry on the Sedge Renekton. It hasn't really been inspiring, even in that win. I don't really feel like those picks are the pieces that really drove their victory. They keep giving Owner this Lilia, and it also just means like there's other picks you could be prioritizing in the first 2.
Yeah, they picked
Renekton Sedge
every single time. Well, it's Renekton Sedge Smolder every single time. Here for KT, it worked in game number 2 when they had the blue side last time around, and maybe we're just gonna see another first pick Renekton, and I think now T1 are practiced enough to be able to counteract it very effectively. So this is the time that KT need to pivot in order to bring us to those silver scrapes, to that game number 5 that we have been promised to give us, 6 out of 10 or something like that. Some ludicrous number of 5 gamers between these two squads.
I think honestly you could just go like Nasus, Azir, Lilia as your bans in this situation for KT.
Yeah.
Although, looks like they're going Nasus, Ashe. Maybe they ban Lilia and pick Azir themselves. I don't know if you know this, Max, but BDD, bit of an Azir player.
Did you know that if you want to pick a champion from Shurima, it should be Renekton, if you're KT? That's just how that one goes. The last ban is likely to be a Rumble, and there it goes. And now we get very sad as we see...
That's not Renekton!
Goodness! They pivoted!
That's not Renekton. They didn't do the BNK Fear X where you just do the same thing.
Just keep doing it until you lose the series.
Yeah, they've adjusted, and now T1 are like, well, I guess we have to pick the Renekton.
Oh my goodness, this is such an incredible mind game. You just play it over and over again, convince them that you think it's good, and then they pick it, and then you can win the series? Is that how it goes, Ox?
Potentially, maybe that's the strat.
No, they pick away the Smolder instead. Okay.
Still scale champions, but not as much scalesing. Well, isn't this gonna? This is crazy, actually. KT didn't first pick Renekton, and they might get it anyway, which just shows you that you didn't need a first picker this whole time.
I think that might actually just be the case, as Owner is thinking about opting into exactly the same thing. That's Diana. Don't know about that one being a lock-in, but it could be the option, and never mind. I do get excited about Diana. I just think that she's a very fun champion, but it's going to be Sejuani. Same jungle matchup, different players.
4 games into the series, you're like, we could have just not first picked Renekton and we would get it anyway. Are they going to pick it anyway? That's the question. If you had this much priority on it the whole time, there's no way. Like, yes, it hasn't been working, so you might want to move to something else, but
I think Rengar does make the most sense. Just start red pot, go top lane. That's what I would do.
They got Renekton anyway. Smolder's gone though. They're just gonna lock in the Corki. BDD been pretty solid in this. Did get some slight nerfs in this patch to his Q, mana cost and cooldown, but it's not huge. 1 second across every level on the cooldown, and
that's Bane.
That's Zeus Vayne.
Okay.
Most likely Zeus Vayne into Renekton.
Theoretically, we could have 3 AD carries and a very sad Sejuani.
Just the fact that you are 4 games of Renekton in, and then you've been dealing with this Olaf who's been a headache, let's be honest, and now you're dealing with a Vayne. I will say, though, Sejuani tends to pair well with melee champions.
Yes.
This is like the least melee comp possible so far.
And this is something that T1 loves doing as well. They're like, Ona, play Sejuani. Don't worry, we'll back you up. And then they just go and pick all ranged.
And then they laugh at him like,
yeah, and like, haha, you believed us. Silly Billy.
Yeah.
In the end, you know, Faker could lock in the Yone or something like that, play another Yasuo game, pairs up relatively well alongside the Sejuani, not only for permafrost, but also for knockups. As there is a Ziggs ban, I think that would have also fit into the composition of KT very comfortably as well. One more ban to come through here for KT. It will be Rel taken away. A lot of respect given, even though I would have expected Carrier to want to like take counter pick for his support role.
Just the Rel's been so, like, the Rel has really dominated, I think, the playoff matches so far.
I would agree.
In terms of the impact of this champion, so it makes sense to deny it. Alistair's still there as an engaged support. They're probably going to take AD carry on this pick. Does reveal the flex.
Goodness.
You know what? You know what? I'm going to say it. You know what's still open?
Yeah, there's a Caitlyn Lux angle, isn't there?
Not even just Lux. If they really want to go 4 AD carries, Senna is still available.
Oh, God, it is too.
The maximum AD carries in a draft. We'll see. We'll see what KT end up taking in this situation. I feel like Ez Karma wouldn't be terrible. You would lack engage. That's one concern.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't think Alistair is enough. You know, if you want to try and deal with like a Vayne and a Smolder, there's a lot of true damage.
I think Leona is still kind of okay, right?
Leona's banned.
Oh, right. Leona's banned.
So, kind of struggling with the champions left in the pool. And also, if you take like an Alistair here, you're just going to face like Kate Lux and get blasted. So they feel like forced to take Ezreal Karma into whatever T want to take. It'd be so funny if it was Senna. It'd be so funny.
That would just be way too many AD carries. Surely it would be.
I think Kate
Lux, it's Lux instead.
It makes more sense, and it's the better duo, but it would have been so
It is still
funny.
0 permafrost.
Yeah.
Like, just nothing.
Just nothing. You know what?
That is so... But also, it is great into Lilia.
It's kind of like...
she kind of wants everyone to be low range and, like, meatballs, and then you just get to spin around and stuff. Now everyone's going to be everywhere and shooting you from really far away. It's going to be really frustrating.
It's kind of T1 in a nutshell, though, that they have like a winning bot matchup. Well, actually, to be honest, you know, the Ezreal Karma could do pretty well in the Kate Lux. Top matchup is cooked, though. Have fun, perfect. And Fake with a Smolder just to scale up. But I'm not a fan. This comp feels...
This comp feels exactly like game number 2, where it's just, it was left in the oven a bit long.
This comp feels like blind pick.
Yeah.
And everyone just locks what they want to play.
And you get into the loading screen, you're like, oh, this is what we're dealing with.
Yeah,
oh,
the
God.
bot lane a duo, they're on mic, so they're like, we should do full combo. Kate Lux sounds good. Like, yeah. And then like the jungler's like, oh, well, you know, I've seen a lot of melee champions recently. Like, people have been playing like Salas. I got Sejuani. They'll probably, and they get into the loading screen, they're like, what the hell?
Yeah, what happened? The top lane is like,
doing?
I just need to counterpick my Renekton. The mid lane is like, I need to counterpick this Corki. And that is probably almost what happened. Because that is kind of what they did. The lanes actually look pretty good here for T1, but I'm interested to see how it all comes together as we get onto the Rift for this one. T1 with match point. They can win this on the red side, then they are moving on to round 2. KT will have to head to the World's Gauntlet. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the 4th game, and possibly KT's last of the playoffs. If they don't manage to pick up a win here, I do think that the draft is somewhat experimental here on the side of T1.
I will say one of the weaknesses for KT's draft, they don't really have good engage, having gotten the Karma. One of the things that we saw last game was that Smolder died when he got engaged on.
Aha.
And KT don't have set engage. They obviously have this, you know, we've talked a lot on the LCK about the walk strategy. What about the run strategy, where Karma just speeds everyone up and they just charge at you? That is a valid one.
We did used to say that Sivir was an engaged champion, because you just press on the hunt, like the donkey whistle, and send him in.
Yeah, that might be the strategy here. Just Beryl speeds everyone up.
So basically what you're saying is Beryl is Aragorn?
Pretty much. But also, one of the things is there's a lot of poke on the side of KT. Like the mid-game spike with Ezreal, Corki, a lot of poke. So neither team really has that much engage. You have the Sejuani, but it is cleansable. There's no cleanse picked up by Def, though. Obviously, no cleanse into Lux and Sejuani is a little bold. But I guess he wants the maximum power in the 2v2.
Oh, maybe it's just
don't get hit.
Maybe it's Mikhail's rush here for Beryl to start this one up.
Oh, it's got to be Shirelia's rush, right? He needs.
Oh yes, he needs even more speed.
Yeah. Oh, Beryl is having a rough time here. Areas looks very good.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage. I believe he's playing traditional Karma as well, which I am a big fan of.
And unfortunately, Carrier can't use T1 Lux because he didn't get it.
Yeah, he did not. Taking some Qs here all over the place. Light Binding does go wide as there is the Arcane Shift forward. We bring up the win rate as they take so much damage. Oh, the flash forward from Beryl. And that will get the flash out from Gumayushi. He has no summoner spells left remaining. Only Deft's flash is up, as well as Carriers in that bottom lane.
Some great trading, honestly, from Deft and Beryl. Beryl waiting out the Ignite to use the heal. Really good connection of skill shots. And ultimately seeing the power of the Ezreal Karma. The level 1 of this duo is so hard to deal with. Kate Lux, really, you want the binding and the traps. That's level 2 is when you spike. So they try and take the fight to KT, and they just get kind of trounced.
Oh, that is going to... I actually thought that was going to miss, but it didn't. Light Binding is going to interrupt Deft's back. That's going to be a little bit frustrating. Both him and Carrier are now going to go for their recalls as Perfect finally gets some time to hit minions. And even then, Zeus is going to stop him from being able to do it for free.
Yeah, I remember saying in the last game, being a top laner in a pro team must suck.
It's so sad that you have to blind pick Renekton every game. Like,
yeah,
because that's a rule, right?
Yeah, that's a factual rule.
Yeah,
I feel like Zeus, as well as of every top lane in the LCK, he is the one who will do this, and he will like consistently pick range tops into you and make your life hell.
And he doesn't even have, he doesn't have to do it on Zeus either. Okay, Faker is going to play his 78th unique pick in the LCK here in Smolder. We probably should have called that one out a little bit earlier. Of course, Smolder is pretty new.
Yep. But yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun for Perfect right now. And this is just Zeus in a nutshell. He will pick those, which is why it's surprising. 4th game of Renekton in a row. This is the first one we've seen that Vayne or like a ranged top pick into it.
Ooh, Carrier taking a big chunk of damage there as Ona.
Oh, they have a stacked wave. They want to die, but Ona's here.
Yeah, watch out. Eve does come on through as Ona is going to get taken down to 50%. Good positioning there from Kyoshik to make sure that they do keep this bot lane safe and allow Deft to be able to pick up all of this farm.
Yeah, with 4 squishy range champs, it's such a volatile lane. You can see the pushing wave, the cover from Ona is just...
Oh, man. Well, that is a tumble that's going to get a flash. And it's understandable because I think that if Zeus had have just pressed, like, auto-attack condemn, he might have just died.
It's so doomed.
Yeah. It was always going to be a very rough time for the Renekton.
I'm surprised he didn't... I mean, I guess they wanted the bot lane 2v2. That was the priority because obviously they did well there. But man, help a brother out. They really should have swapped and just given him anything.
Yeah. I actually expected that it might just be a lane swap as BDD was moving up, and he's going to get sneezed on here by Faker as the Valkyrie just to try and get BDD out of there.
See, I think what you're forgetting, Max, is that you swap for bot lane. You don't swap... No one cares about top laners, you know.
But at least, like, Renekton is a great champion regardless of whether you get, like, lots of farm and win lane and stuff, right? Like, late game power of the Renekton's, like, really high.
Anyway, the bot lane... yeah, it's... well, at least Vayne falls off, right?
Yeah. Like, because she doesn't have true damage in her kit or anything.
Well, true damage is fine, as long as it's not percentage HP true damage.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So at least wait, but hang on. Yeah, I'm just going to not think about it.
Yeah.
And then that might make us feel a little bit better about Perfect's plight, because as soon as you put too much thought into it, it does make you sad.
Yeah, but KT getting some pressure back here.
Oh, Beryl steps on the trap, waits for Gumayushi to be a little bit out of range, so he doesn't get headshot. I like it.
With the Ezreal Karma, if you can position in a way where one of you is on one side of the wave and the other's on the other, very hard to position, because obviously against Ezreal Karma, a lot of skill shots, you want to hide behind the wave. But if they have like a triangle position, you just can't position behind the wave comfortably. You just always get hit by some skill shots. Sadly, we're going to return to top lane. Perfect is gonna actually get to hit a wave briefly.
Oh, cannon!
Oh, the cannon!
Oh no!
Oh, it's over.
Oh, he
It's
gets
over.
condemned under
It's
the
over.
turret and cannot take his cannon.
Yeah, this is... I don't even know what to say to that. That's so sad.
You know how that, like, when you look at Perfect's player cam as well, oftentimes it just looks a bit sad as Owner is coming over here. Faker actually already winning out the trade regardless of that fact, as now Carrier could be in trouble. Has just ignited Deft, as Deft running out of mana just a little bit, but will still connect the W. Pyoshik comes on in, and Deft able to get himself out of the way of the Lucent Singularity. Still going to take a turret shot, but does have the Inspire Shield, as Pyoshik able to dance his way out of Owner's Winter's Wrath.
A lot of aggression.
Yeah, a lot of focus on bottom lane as well, which is continuing to make us sad on behalf of Perfect, but it is still kind of working out here for KT. As they are ahead by about a wave. Whoa, he was actually kind of up in the lane. Nutty.
Yeah, he's just rushing. He's like, kill the wave, kill the wave, kill the wave, run, 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 run. Get out.
Yep. Honestly, hasn't died. So we're going to say that's a positive.
Well, he hasn't died in League of Legends, but I think internally he's constantly dying.
Oh, man. It is just one of those things. You know, sometimes you just get the really rough matchup as the ward does go in.
Dude, wards are so OP.
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah, I think he's just biding his time. He's like, there's going to be a point in this game where I will stun the Vayne and she will die.
Yeah.
And I will just...
Maybe Lilia
so much relief.
will come up and she'll help me.
Do you think when you get into a game like this, Katie just mute top? You think, like, Perfect's like, hey, it's a great time. You can probably gank now. I think the Vayne's overstepping a bit. And they just literally just moved him out the call. He's in his own call by himself.
He's just actually... it's going to be a nice little catch on to Deft, who does take that delayed punch of damage.
Yeah, even though KT have kind of had, for the majority of the time, the pressure in lane, T1 really have had the pressure when it matters, as in when they're able to hit the tower. And it's 3 plates to 1 in favor of T1, so...
Yeah, and Beryl actually roamed up, I think, to try and contest for grubs, as Light Binding once again going to connect. Carrier just so good at landing these. As Beryl not going to die, but the turret is getting close. As Deft chasing after them, we'll still be able to get the cannon. Good news.
Yeah, a little bit scary. That's the thing, is once you hit 6 for T1, a lot more threat in the 2v2. And also, you know, once you got those traps and just chain them, it's a lot of power. But they are a bit low on mana, so I don't think they really have kill pressure now. But Deft and Beryl, there's no cleanse between them. It's a very dangerous position to be in if either of them takes a binding when T1 have mana. We're going to look at mid, Faker on 76 stacks.
Yep, not looking too bad there as Zeus getting close to getting a plate. And he will be able to pick up the money there. Perfect is at least able to freely farm here under his turret. Only 40 CS behind.
Yeah, only 40 CS behind.
As the Condemn comes through, the Ruthless Predator is not, it's more like a Toothless Predator here towards his top side, and that's not the cool dragon from How to Train Your Dragon, unfortunately. It's just not having any teeth and being a Renekton. And that's a bit sad, as now BDD fighting against Faker here, but Carrier is in position. He is making sure that he keeps that Ignite on cooldown. Here's Carrier.
Wait, Carrier has as much gold as Perfect.
I think...
I feel like a game like this, I'm not going to lie, I would never want to play Renekton ever again after a game like this. I would be ready just to call it forever, period.
KT fans might actually be happy about that, but unfortunately, they don't get another go in these playoffs if they don't win this game. As Pyoshik has started off this dragon, Carrier is standing on a ward right now as he does move himself in. Remember, it's kind of an awkward composition to start off fights with, but Owner is certainly the one. That is the flash over there from Pyoshik, just try and put Owner to sleep as the final spark does come in. Owner can just walk on forward, but the dragon has been taken down. Mom gets mad, connects onto Beryl and BDD, but they are already out of there. As another, let's stop. Can we just stop? We don't. I don't want to look at this. It's so sad.
Yeah. Well, dragon secured by KT. Pyoshik going aggressive to make sure they have the space to get that one. Still not a great spot.
No.
That tower is looking limp in the bot lane.
It really is.
That crocodile is looking very limp in the bot lane. I love when we start pulling up the graphics really just to hammer in.
Yeah, I don't.
How Doom top lane. Guys, if you didn't realize top lane is cooked. If you win Sheer, by the way, top lane is really not going well for KT. Just in case you weren't aware, we want to really make it clear. No, I love our graphics.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn again. As Gumayushi doing that thing that he likes to do on Caitlyn, which is kill turrets. Yeah, see, has done a lot of damage there as Perfect dashing forward, and then is going to be once again probably relegated to underneath his turret one more time. The problem is that it doesn't get better, right? This is the big issue. Oftentimes we talk about these top lane matchups and we're like, oh, it's okay, they're scaling, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I think the one thing is, at least when laning phase is over, you can just run away from the Vayne perpetually. Well, you know,
Perfect did stop the back.
And you can just try and not be the one to deal with the Vayne. Maybe you can leave that to the Corki. But no, this Vayne's going to be a problem. And again, they don't have great lockdown. Like, Renekton getting to a Vayne and stunning can be really hard in the later stages. Lilia getting the sleep to proc, really difficult. There's no other CC in the composition, so might be a big struggle in the late game in general.
Ooh, there's a final spark to come on through. That is still going to be Pyosik picking up that grub. Might just be all of these going on over as T1 not looking to commit to this grub fight. So 4-2 going to be the advantage here on KT's side. The first good news story that there is, unless Owner will just come in and steal it away, but it's not going to be the case. As Faker here towards the bottom side, just grabbing a plate smorgasbord and looking to try and push T1 ever further ahead. Beryl is rotating down though, and we do have BDD in position. Okay, Sneeze does connect onto 2. It's a lot of stacks. That's not too bad, but the flash forward from Beryl to try and get that snare locked in. Mom comes on through, but the slow is still going to be there. Valkyrie forward, and that is going to be first blood going to BDD on his Corki.
Able to find a kill. Faker overstepping a bit, greedy for the plates, and does go down. Beryl trading the flash, take down the little dragon. Wait.
Oh,
Pyosik top?
Dear. Perfect does press his ultimate button.
Pyosik was top, but he recalled.
Yeah, well.
Guys, you were winning lane 1v1. You don't need carrier there.
It's a crocodile.
You don't need carrier there. It's just not okay.
Well, at least the gold lead has shrunk just a little bit. It is still only 1,000 in favor of T1. Made up for a little bit by the grub advantage and the dragon that KT have been able to pick up. 2 dragons, I guess, if you include this one.
Daily heal from Beryl for the movement speed, and then able to use the empowered W. Sorry, it was normal W empowered Q just to get the damage in. 500 gold there for BDD. Pretty nice.
Nice amount of extra gold. I think due to the fact that Faker did pick up a bunch of plates, that is going to mean that BDD does have a CS advantage, not to mention a Trinity Force that he has put together. Having a look at the plate money, though, wow.
That's a lot.
That is most of the gold lead.
Also, though, I want you to take note of the fact that Beryl went Slay, right? He's fully investing in the movement speed.
Love that.
He love that. Fast.
And next Drake is a Chemtech. We could have a Cloud Soul as well. Could you imagine? Think of a champion better at activating Cloud Soul than Karma.
That's true.
You press a lot of R.
I love how there's now 3 people in Tifx lane.
Yeah, Zeus and Faker are going to be able to easily take down this turret. That is going to be first turret blood going over their way, further extending that gold advantage as KT looking to try and answer here towards the top side. It's BDD that's getting the majority of that money, but the problem is the KT now having to deal with an inner turret just being focused. Rift Herald is going to be employed alongside BDD. But if it gets another charge, they might be able to answer this.
Yeah, I think if they trade even, it's pretty okay, all things considered.
With 4 grubs, this should actually be very doable,
with how
especially
low
with no one there, yeah.
I think KT are probably okay with how this has panned out. Also the gold on good members as well, BDD and Yoshi getting it.
Yep.
I will say though, Ona's kind of been farming up a storm. We've seen so many games where Lilia's just ran the Rift and been so far ahead in farm compared to Sejuani. I imagine as the game goes on, that'll be the case, but for now, Ona's been keeping it pretty close. Dragon is up. It's a Chemtech Dragon, so no Chemtech Souls, so definitely nice one to pick up.
Definitely a shout out to you there, Orcs, for paying attention throughout this entire series.
I'm dialed in.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's good to see. And now we're just praying for a Cloud Soul for all that extra movement speed, and it's an Ocean set.
This is honestly... Ocean's okay for T1. There's a lot of poke on KT that they can obviously mitigate, but it's a pretty lame Dragon here. A lot of squishy people
most exciting.
who aren't going to get a huge value from the healing.
It might be just pretty good for T1, who don't really want to start fights. They just want to hit you with stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just because KT has a lot of poke with the Ezreal Corgi, it's been good to mitigate that. But it's nothing crazy. So, man, I mean, last game, it was a good soul, and they just weren't killing the dragon. This game, it's not even a good soul. So, you know, hopefully you get more dragon killing. We do have Beryl has picked up the Mikhails already for the cleanse, which I think is a decent investment, but I am kind of surprised that... Guys, leave Perfect alone.
It's Perfect carrier.
Is it Bully the Rookie Day? Is that what we're doing?
Must be it.
But yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I thought you would have gone for Shrelia's and gone for that full movement speed, but obviously you can't go very fast when you're stunned or rooted.
Maybe the feedback that they got was buy less control wards so you can afford items, so maybe we still get to see it.
Oh, that's
as item number 2. That could be good.
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't think that's going to happen.
Try and convince an LCK support not to buy 2 control wards every back.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Maybe hold 2 control wards in your inventory the entire game. Maybe that's because then you can't buy them. Okay, Perfect just wants to clear out the wave. Does stun up Zeus as he comes in. True Shot Barrage clears out the wave, but Perfect is so dead. That is going to be a kill going over to Zeus there. His Kraken Slayer already completed.
I would legitimately message Riot, ask them to delete Renekton from my account. Like, it's... This is painful. This is horrible. This is just... At T1, you know, the lane matchup was already going good. They've really piled it on and just making this champion feel so useless.
And I think this is where, like, all of Perfect's older brothers on his team are saying, like, buddy, it's okay, we'll carry you, it's all right. And I think that they're going to keep saying that until he is...
You know what this is?
Absolutely no gold, and he's just emaciated, having the worst time.
This is where you say, oh, don't worry, we outscale. And you obviously don't. You're it's a small debate. But you have to say it anyway. Whenever you're losing a game, you always have to say, don't worry, we win late, right? Even when it's not true. And the thing is, now Guma's got a significant lead. You know, hidden top are super scalers. T1 feeling pretty good about the state of the game at the moment. And even though their composition is questionable, we'll say.
It's weird.
It's doing what it needs to do, which is make Renekton not have fun, kill towers as Caitlyn,
and just win.
Yeah.
As that was aggressive there from Def. Does sacrifice half of his health bar for it.
Yeah, there was definitely 2 directions you could have arcane shifted. One of them was in, one of them was out, and he certainly chose one of them.
Could have gone sideways as well.
Yeah, that
instead of the all-in.
Yeah.
Sideways would have got him hit by a light binding though, which is somewhat subpar. As Perfect does get a little bit of spare time, is now going to try and get himself out of there before dying to the Vayne. But now where does he go is kind of the question.
How crazy would it be T1 winning this and us not getting 5 games? I think everyone would agree we'd be completely robbed. If
that would be robbed. But it's looking like that's the direction we're headed right now.
Which is exactly what you want to say if you want 5 games.
True. That's what you need. I mean, I'm sorry for the KT bias, T1 fans. This is a foregone conclusion. Yeah, 100%. T1 just going to crush him.
You know, I think the phrase you have to say is, there's no way T1 can throw from here.
That's something like that.
You say that.
We say it about a game that's like 1-to-1, but it's just the game state and the fact that you've got Perfect sitting there with like 1
Oh, he has an item. He does have an item, though. That's something.
You can break their stride.
You know what? This would have been the game where you'd have missed Prowler's Claw. And
maybe he's just singing that song to himself, you know? Ain't nobody gonna break my stride, and no one can slow him down. Oh no.
Yeah,
he's just gonna keep on moving, okay? Whether you want him to or not, doesn't matter.
This is a truly... Oh.
That's sad. Getting your stuff stolen by a Sejuani when you're a champion like Lilia, yes, does feel really bad. As Glacial Prison does come forward, Beryl's like, nah, don't need to press my
Mikhails on that. Oh, Perfect's here. The Renekton has shown up.
There we go. Gets immediately shot at by Gumayushi, who changes targets.
Guns are pretty effective against Crocodiles.
Oh, okay. Kyoshik having a little bit of a spin here. Does get sneezed on by Faker. And it looks like we are trying to set up for this next dragon. Dragon number 3. As BDD is pretty scary. Does do a fair bit of damage.
It's an awkward spot because BDD's mana immune isn't stacked, and Deft has the stacks but doesn't have the item. So
they could have gone for a trade.
They're not as strong as they should be right now. They're a bit behind. I think they should just give this dragon up, honestly.
Yeah, and it's just a cloud. I don't think they're too worried about giving that one up. we have spoken about giving things up and being like, that's okay, but then like afterwards, KT just kind of lost the game.
KT are masters of giving up.
Yeah, this is the problem, is that eventually you do need to get control back, and giving things up does not quite help you there.
Yeah, giving up Nexus, not a good play.
Yeah.
Giving up Singular Dragon, that's okay.
It's okay, Perfect's here to defend the turret. Perfect may not be here for much longer. It's okay, there's the dash forward from Pyosik. Does find a sleep onto one, but it's not exactly high priority there as Gumayusi did just get so far away. Bum comes down, the minion waves are all just obliterated. So it's not going to result in too much.
They can't get onto them and they're just not doing enough damage. T1 just kind of stand there and fire skill shots at you until you lose. It's kind of the vibe at the moment. They are going to lose this mid-tier 1.
It is definitely going to go down. The sneeze not going to quite work, but it does not matter. Gets them away from it. And so T1 got what they came for. And the problem is that I feel like T1 just gets to replicate that as they move around the map. 225 stacks here, 22 minutes here for Faker is a decent clip as well. And is it time to start talking about the scaling, right? Like, Gumayusi scales phenomenally well with items, does have 2, probably the better 2-item spike that you can get onto a Caitlyn, but probably wants 4. Zeus is just going to get better and better, and Smolder needs no introduction.
Perfect's playing Renekton. Renekton has scales, so...
That's a good point.
Oh my god, Def just missed a cannon.
Yeah.
That's a tilter. This game... It's kind of like last game, we were talking about how the Smolder felt like this mounting dread who never really showed up. Like an anticlimactic season of Game of Thrones. But so this one, this one, T1 are the team who are ahead, and they have this Smolder. So it's kind of like they've got the best of both worlds from last game. They're the ones with the lead, they're the ones setting the pace. But they also have Smolder, and if that was enough, they also have Vayne. So even if you kill Smolder, there's a Vayne and a Caitlyn. So yeah,
there's a lot of threats. There isn't a lot of frontline. And in fact, there's kind of none, but it hasn't really looked like that has mattered at all.
Yeah, Perfect can only stun one of them, and that's all he can do. We do have the Mana Immune coming in for Def. BDD's about to have his stacked. They need to get something done leveraging this power spike, because if the game just continues to meander for a while, I think KT might be in well, they're already in trouble. They might be in
dire straits, one could say.
Yeah, up a creek without a paddle.
Yeah, there's a few analogies that we can go with. I'm not going to quote any more old songs, though. I'll try to stay away from that. All right. Faker getting a little bit conversational there as he walks up the river. Gumayusi now just able to wander through himself because, of course, T1 have so much control of this map right now. And 24 minutes, it's about time, almost too late for T1 to be going for a Baron, as that's a nice fadeaway there as Mikhails is going to be employed nicely just to try and mitigate that CC, but the final spark comes down. Deft has to flash to get himself out of the way, also using his barrier. It's a lot of buttons now on cooldown.
I love how the Mikhails is used on Pyosik, and Deft is like, now it's my turn to shift in, and immediately gets rooted. Yeah, not too much coming from that for KT. You know, a lot of Summoner's Burn. I think T1 definitely happy with that. Getting the flash barrier from Deft. The Mikhail's a bit shorter cooldown, so not as big. And they'll just take that. That's all they need. Burn a couple of summons. Maybe look towards Ocean Dragon in a minute and a half.
I tell you what, though. At 25 minutes, like, a 2.8k gold lead is not very much. So, theoretically, T1, KT still have a team fight in them.
I mean, I think this is as strong as they're going to get, honestly, for Deft and BDD. This is as strong as you're really going to be. If you let the game go any longer, it's only going to get worse, and they don't feel that strong now, so that's why it's kind of feeling a bit dire. But it's possible. There's a lot of squishy members on T1.
Beryl is now probably big dead.
He's very dead.
Big time.
Yeah, I was going to say
dead.
There's a lot of squishy members on T1, so maybe you can pick someone. But Beryl's also squishy and now dead, and now Baron is gone. And the question is, will Pyosik be there in the next 5 seconds?
Well, True Shot Barrage did do a fair bit of damage. Now T1 possibly in a little bit of trouble. Pyosik, can you get the steal? The answer's no. Ona locks that one down, but Gumayusi already dead at the beginning of this one. Pyosik down very, very low as Faker just explodes. Deft trying to get the extra autos in. He finally helps BDD take him out. As now Ona, he'll be taken off the board as well.
Oh, the TP back in?
Yep, looking for the angle here. BDD just... I mean, it's one tumble auto attack, and this Corki is just dead. And Zeus, with that Night Hunter, is very, very scary. on the chase down. Him and Keria both with the Baron still up and available though, and I think T1 is still pretty happy with how this one went.
You know, they managed to get a trade up in the end of it, but not the cleanest Baron. Definitely didn't really have an exit plan for that one. And now KT can pick up this Dragon. So not really going to get the value you'd maybe hoped out of securing Baron, but you didn't all die, I think is the takeaway on this one.
There you go.
BDD pretty strong now, though. Picked up a lot of those kills. Keria, you are very squishy.
Yeah, he also had to stand still to put out that final spark, which meant that BDD was able to get on over there. So that is going to be a turret going down in the mid lane as well. True Shot Barrage was searching for Keria there. Zeus getting to work here on this top lane, and I'm getting Worlds flashbacks, man. Just watching Zeus take games into his own hands. His Vayne is so incredibly good that T1, despite the fact that they did not quite find the team fight they were looking for, it is still looking dangerous.
Yeah, it's unfortunate BDD didn't kill Keria before, because he's one of the 2 Barons remaining.
Yeah.
Oh, TP flank.
All right, it's time for Perfect to shine, ladies and gentlemen. He sidesteps the light binding. That's a great start as Keria going to be taken out first. Pyoshi going to steal the kill away from a well-deserving Perfect who just needed something in this game, for goodness sake. T1 now just trying to get out of there. They've lost their support this time around, and KT looking to push further forward. True Shot Barrage to stop them from rotating around, and it is another turret to be taken here for KT. Still a lot of poke damage back. Kumayushi going down relatively low though. Still T1, they get rid of the minion wave. They are going to be able to force KT back now as they can't push further forward. Sorry for getting emotional there, but I think the Perfect deserved it.
He really did. He really did. Finally finds the TP flank angle. He's like, it's all worth it for this moment. Dashes onto a like 50 HP Lux. And that's all we got. That's all we got. Yeah.
Hey, they got the inner turret as well.
They got the inner turret, you know. They got a benefit from it. But yeah, this was scrappy Baron, and they're all squishy. They're taking a lot of poke. This is the point where KT is still powerful. Perfect did flash in here and execute Guma, but then Fake is still so much of a threat here with the burn. You can see Pyoshik has to back away. He gets low depth, misses that Mystic shot, and ends up going down. And it's so close to BDD dying as well. You can see slivers away.
Yeah.
But here, Perfect dodges the Q, tanks the Arctic Assault, and does his job.
Gorgeous. Did his job in the last fight as well, was the one that helped set things up. Honestly, front runner for POG. If KT...
Just for the mental fortitude alone, 100%.
That's when you definitely choose the tilt-proof option.
Oh yeah, 4 tilt-proofs after this game.
Oh, 100%.
100%.
And you still feel guilty.
Yeah.
You know, it's not enough to mitigate it. As you can see here, there was a little bit of a dip when that Baron did go down, but KT have actually done a decent job at just trying to stand their ground. Honestly, it's been the aim of the game for KT this series is standing your ground. And they're going to continue to try and do so as best they can.
And PDD is very strong right now. I mean, he has similar items to Faker. Faker's also strong. I mean, there's a lot of strong people in the game.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm trying to hit on. But PDD, not far from the IE. And the thing is, like, Zeus good at baiting through bulkier targets. Faker can do a good job against bulkier targets as well with the 2 damage burn. I mean, he's good against squishies too, but BDD just chunks these squishies. Like, if he gets a big one plus empowered auto onto a squishier target here, he will just nuke them.
Well, Pyoshik with that stacked up passive, actually able to ward brushes and face check things. It's kind of cool the way that they're utilizing it. Also does now have
the singular tank.
The spell shield.
You know, I can't remember the last time I've seen him like proc his permafrost.
Yeah. I mean, you just don't, I don't think. Not in this composition.
Old bot.
It's the most anti-permafrost comp that T1 have ever come up with. And they've come up with the most of them.
Yeah, you're just an old bot and a beefcake. Those are the 2 things you do.
And I think that because of that, like, we were looking at Def not picking Cleanse, and we're like, that's a little bit silly. But if you have Mikhail's, what else is there to cleanse outside of, like, light bindings that we see right here that don't necessarily last as long as a Glacial Prison that really does feel like your avenue into a fight? And that can be used on anyone. So Beryl just says, all right, well, whoever gets hit by it, I'll just cleanse you, and it's okay.
Yeah, yeah. You know, a little bit of an oopsie there. I think we've hammered on a lot about it, but I really want to draw your attention to the item differential in the top lane.
I can see it, man.
It's so... It just...
Everyone can see it, man.
It's very obvious, but the more you look at it, the more... It's pretty grim.
It is.
It's very grim.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, no, he finished one. Okay.
There we go.
That's grim. He's got hysterics.
He's got a gauge. He can now gauge just how incredibly far behind he is.
If only he could engage.
Yeah.
That's what he's...
I mean, and I don't want... We're not throwing shade at Perfect here. Because this is an impossible matchup for him to play out.
This was cursed.
It's just the fact that Zeus is so extraordinarily strong. How KT are going to deal with it is just a really difficult question.
Just more Renekton, you know?
Yeah.
Renekton. But now they're trying to posture mid and get some poke down.
The worst thing would be if KT wins this game and they're like, ah, yes, the blind pick Renekton, that's going to wait. Yes, Sleep is going to come on through. True Shot Barrage is going to connect as Zeus gets himself out of there, but he's now extraordinarily low. Another flash as Carrier gets himself out of there. And T1 kind of on the ropes.
I mean, you could just fish with the bowling balls, and basically anyone but Owner it hits is an immediate threat when it comes to this Sleep potential. Now they're going to start onto the Baron, but T1 are there responding. Owner's healing up with the Warmogs.
Yeah.
Kind of low on mana.
Banana Brush control. BDD kind of out of the fight right now, though, as there is the engage from Owner. Perfect, just dashing his way out, doesn't have the dominance. Oh my god! Okay, that's a Trinity Force proc. If ever I've seen one there from BDD.
Oh, they can just start the Baron, though, if you back up Perfect.
Yeah, he's in trouble, but isn't going to get snared. And T1, they have all of the traps down. The bowling ball's going to be avoided this time as BDD Valkyries his way in. Somehow Pioshik's little hooves do not connect onto the traps. Beryl not going to be so lucky. Baron down to 6,000. These rockets still coming in. True Shot Barrage doing a fair bit of work. A flash in from Pioshik, and he steals away the Baron. He might just die though, and there he goes. Zeus now thinks that it's his time as KT just trying to vacate the area. Perfect trying to be bouncer now to keep his team alive. Beryl, can you press Mantra and Inspire? That's the question. As Faker trying to flap his way out. Oh, they're just bombing. Oh my god, the damage. And Gumayushi going to be able to take down the Crocodile once again. Ace in the hole is going to lock down Beryl. And Def, the last Baron standing. And T1, they're looking to break open the base.
I just feel to end the series here. 20 seconds of Pioshik. He has ult. Beryl doesn't have ult. Sorry, Def doesn't have ult. He needs to try and clear the wave. I don't think he's going to have a chance.
Needs to land a few more of these Qs. Try and bring that one down as much as possible. I mean, it's taking a while because the Baron buff is going to be there. True Shot Barrage now just aimed at the minions. Nexus turret #1 is going to be taken down, though. They're trying to tank this one up as best they can. As Owner going down exceptionally low. There is the kill under the Sejuani, and Pioshik is back up, but they're just killing the Nexus. They're just going to round 2, and KT, they're not out of the race for playoffs yet, but they out of the race for Worlds yet, but they are out of playoffs. And they're going to have to face off against P&K and run all the way up the gauntlet if they want to go to Worlds. T1, they will move forward.
T1 leads what they do best. Win lane, win game. You know, Zeus with a counter pick, the Vayne into the Renekton. We have the bot lane, the Kate Lux, a pairing that Guma and Kerry are known for. And they manage to deliver. They don't let go of control of the game. And this is similar to the previous one where they just didn't release.
Yeah.
They got control, they kept on to it. KT couldn't find their way in, and it ended up failing massively for them. It feels like T1 kind of a return to form. There were concerns about them coming into playoffs. And not only that, they break the 3-2 streaks, they get a 3-1, and Beryl's dominance over Carrier has ended.
It certainly has. Of course, they did manage to beat them this season in the regular season as well. The second time of asking, but in a best of 5, that is the big one. And Beryl unable to do it this time around. I think BDD had a decent day, but I think that a lot of it was just about the champions being a little bit more suspect. And Gumayushi back on his Caitlyn was fantastic to see.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Lux, a lane that, I mean, these two don't do a whole lot of losing on.
Yeah.
But it's the win lane, win game, like you were talking about, that was just so incredibly successful. And I just wanted to see a game where it wasn't just Renekton being picked into whatever Zeus wanted to destroy it with.
Yeah, it feels like out of all the top laners in the LCK, Zeus is the one who will punish a Renekton blind the most. For KT fans, this isn't the end of KT this year. They won't be able to go further in playoffs, but they will qualify for the regional gauntlet. They do have enough points, so they still have a chance to make Worlds. That is still a possibility. And this series definitely felt like it had some lulls in terms of the action, where T1 really just weren't given the options. We've seen so many T1 KT series get down and dirty, get hectic, get messy, and it felt like, you know, there was like little hints of that in this game, but not enough really to give KT a foothold.
And the thing that's the most fun about this, ignore this game here just for a little while, as the steal was a bit cute there from Pioshik. Unfortunately, it was the positioning that just did not quite work, and my god, the damage here from Zeus as well.
The call for KT should have been more immediate. They kind of hang around like, hey, can we fight this? If they'd immediately disengaged, I think a lot of members could have gotten out, but T1 smell blood in the water. You can see Faker flashing over just to get them low enough for the cleanup. Zeus sacrifices himself, but the team are there to clean up. And the ult damage from Guma is more than enough to execute Barrel here.
Yeah, Faker as well was pretty stacked up at this stage of the game as well. As they're just making sure that they figure out whether Deft has that flash up and available. Zeus confirms it. Just going to push through for the win. Yep, making sure that they hold on to the wave. Save the minions is definitely an important one.
Yeah, making sure Ona tanks it so the minions stay alive. And you see, there's one last cast of minions, the backdoor bonus isn't there. He does kill the Sejuani, but once the towers are down, it doesn't matter. He can't kill Guma and Fake fast enough. The Arcane shifts in, so the minions don't block him, but there's just not enough damage. T1 playing that exactly as they should, and Def tried, but it's not enough, and, you know, Perfect, I can't really blame him for this game. It just feels terrible playing this matchup when you didn't really get support from your jungler because Pioshik wasn't able to support, and it's a bit of a wacky comp from T1, but sometimes the chef just cooks it right.
It does, and this time it worked. I mean, the Lee Sin center, that was a whole lot of fun in game number 2. That was a little bit of a bridge too far. Maybe this is like the perfection. You know, this is the, what was it, Mama Bear? Goldilocks found that one was just right.
Yeah.
And I think this was the Mama Bear as far as the level of cooking that you need to do. And now Gen G has the fateful question. Do you want to choose T1 or do you want to choose DK? Lehens and Keen are probably saying, no, don't do it. But I'm not entirely sure what they're going to go with, and it's definitely a very interesting choice.
I think it's definitely T1. D+ always gives Gen G a lot of trouble when it comes to playoffs, and I feel like Gen G kind of have T1 downloaded for the most part. So
I think so too, but there's also just the vibes. And now it's time for us to throw it over to the gentleman on the desk to break down the T1 victory.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today on the 3-1 victory from T1 over KT in the Telecom War. Now KT is eliminated from Summer here at the Woori Bank playoffs, but T1 will move on to the next round. They win Game 4 with kind of an interesting composition. We see the Vayne in the top lane once again. What were your guys' takes on this one?
Yeah, this is as T1 as it gets. I think T1 very often gets a lot of flack when they draft like this and if it doesn't work, but I think it's also very important to remember that if you're a fan of this team, you also have to remember these games, right? Where you're like, oh god, you come out of draft, and then Zeus goes up like 80 CS because Pioshik, I think after at least 2.5 good Sejuani games, I think the Lilia looks really rough. I really don't think he made it work. I'm just mad that this Sejuani wasn't Kindred. And then they pick Sana, and then you have the dream, right? The actual dream. They didn't do that, and I think that was a little bit disappointing, which is why we highlighted it. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I think, obviously, the Vayne pick ended up really doing a number on KT roster because Perfect wasn't able to play the game, and even with the Lilia pick, it's hard to make an impact in that lane unless the Vayne is really pushing it down. He kept the wave in a really nice spot a lot of the time, so Pioshik wouldn't have been able to make a huge impact there. Might have relieved some of the pressure. But I felt like neither of these teams left me with a draft that I felt super satisfied with because it felt like they were just picking for their comfort and for their lanes. And so we ended up with two teams that didn't have strong engage on either side outside of the Sejuani, really, and maybe Lilia Sleep setting things up, or Renekton that's super far behind, maybe trying to get in and set things up. So the poke was what KT needed to win the game. Deft had to have a Viper-esque Ezreal performance where he pops off, is layering that damage in when we fight for neutrals, but it just didn't happen. I just feel like neither of these teams in this last game played the best League of Legends they could, but ultimately T1 got across the line, and it's another Guma Caitlyn game with Keria on the Lux.
Yeah, I think that particularly for me, the problem of that Lux Even though the Senna would have been better at negating the poke. Like, if Lux is there, if you ever step up as Corki or Ezreal, which you need to because otherwise you're not winning, because like we saw, Smolder Qs plus Caitlyn ult just alone can validate some of the members, you're at the risk of getting bound. And if you bound, you just immediately die. So I think that this led to a very weird mid-game where neither team really wanted to move but needed to move. And then, well, we all know how it ended. So
eventually the game did end. I think the Ocean Soul also kind of helped. Like the Ocean Drakes would have helped deal with the poke, but at the end of the day, T1 weren't going and indexing super hard on those dragons anyway, so it didn't really amount to a whole lot of action. So instead, we had some moments like this.
Yeah, a little bit messy here, trying to clear out vision. Big mistake here means that T1 get control of the Baron basically automatically, right? And with no strong engage and your support down, it's very difficult for KT to actually win this fight. However,
yeah, what is really telling to me is that this time they get the Baron, right? But this was again a flip. This could have gone the other way, and then I think KT might have actually won. Because here you see how volatile these fights are, because there is exactly two frontliners, one of which is Renekton, who isn't really a frontliner, and then Owner, who I think did well. But like, this is where you're like, oh, KT, maybe they're going to do it again. Maybe the magic is alive.
And if Pyosik does get that smite, I think they can probably push to at least get an inhibitor, but maybe even end the game. And T1 also has that same problem that we were talking about with the lack of engage. Their turn, as a result, is very weak, and so they kind of have to burn the Baron down because they have a lot of damage on this comp, but they couldn't actually either burn it down fast enough to stop those picks from coming through, nor turn, so they kind of trapped themselves in that moment. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough for KT.
And to continue on the theme of game number 4, we fought over the one objective that truly mattered. This time it was KT, though, that started it up, and it did not look good from the outset for them.
Yeah, everything looking rough. Perfect has the back. And it's KT's hubris, really, that ends up being, unfortunately, the end for them in this game, right? Perfect that is Sterix proc, has the base, and then TP back in. The traps come down, and life is just looking really rough. But Pyosik finds a little gap. You know, he prances just beyond those traps, and as a result, somehow, with the E-Vision, gets the steal. And if they leave here, they can win.
Yeah, they could have just left him behind and all gotten out, but they thought they could win the fight.
Family Wolf.
They are family. They had a family snapshot. It's very famous. It's our little opening highlight video. But instead, no one gets out, and they will all go down with the ship that Pyosik built for them by stealing the Baron. That metaphor got really weird, but I mean, ultimately, like, you're against a Smolder, the chase down is real, and you lose too many members here, they just siege up and kill your base. Beryl loses his shield at the worst possible moment as the ace in the hole comes through. And the fact that we got to this point in the game where they had to have this miracle steal, the Caitlyn traps were set up, I feel like T1 always had better understanding of how to play around Baron. Is that surprising to anyone? Not really, no. But that's what was able to push them over the edge.
Obviously, KT still has the opportunity to make Worlds. They are currently in the regional qualifier together with B&K, and they're going to be waiting and seeing who else they're going to face.
Yeah, playoffs are always fun. The regional qualifier's a whole other beast, and we'll see which team or which players from which teams will make it. But guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 4. It will be Zeus on the Vayne. I feel like, you know, the fact that he was able to play the Vayne in the top lane and really just isolate the matchup against the Renekton really is what makes him POG here.
Yeah, it really was. I think on one hand, Zeus just making this matchup look as miserable as it is. So that was actually really well done on his end. Zeus is also one of our best ranged top laner AD carries, sometimes to his own detriment, as he really does love playing them. And I think it's also a little bit of an unfortunate situation where Pyosik specifically wasn't able to find a big impact. And as a result, I actually was expecting a Guma vote over a Keria vote, but it's fine.
Keria had some pretty good ults as well. Guma did too. A lot of that poke was pretty important. I think basically removing one of KT's 5 players from the game is why I voted for him. If Perfect's not in the game, it's a 5v4. He had some moments, you know, was stun bot, but
they had to blind Renekton Wolf.
Well,
yeah, they had to keep doing that.
I don't know if they had to.
Yeah.
I think they had other choices.
And we make a lot of fun of it. I do want to give a small break to Kate. This is Perfect's only his second playoffs. Maybe it was him trying to be as comfortable as possible.
Yeah.
but it's so easy to draft into.
The comfort didn't pay off, and I think especially against T1, they were very good at punishing that today, and they do get the win and move on to round 2. Let's hear from them now as we do have the translation ready for the interview. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the post-match interview translation. And T1 is the winner of the second match of the first round of the 2024 LCK Summer Playoffs, brought to you by Woori Bank. Let's hear from Zeus owner Faker, Gumayushi, and Kyria after their win up against KT Roaster. Congratulations, everyone. Firstly, Zeus, you made a huge impact right from the get-go. The game number 1, you confidently picked Olaf and secured your first career pentakill. How did you feel? I mean, Olaf, you know, it's something that you have to actually go for as a challenge. You know, it's not an easy champion to just lock in such a decisive moment. And I was thinking to myself, will I ever get to do a penta in my entire career? And finally, I got my penta. It feels amazing. The strategies that T1 prepared today worked out very well, including Olaf, Nilasena, and Vayne as well. How did you approach the pick and ban preparation? So we were going through a lot of options and, you know, comps, and then Olaf was definitely one of them. I don't care about other lanes though. And the last game, the drafting went kind of different from game 1 to 3. We had a lot of AD carries on the side of T1. What kind of advantage did you see in this setup? Looking at the composition on the top side, especially considering the jungle, I thought Vayne would have a really good environment to scale, so we just went for it. Now, in the second round of the playoffs, you will face either Genji or Hana Life Esports. How do you anticipate the matchup? I mean, we're the one being chosen, so we don't have no choice, but our ultimate goal is winning the LCK, so I don't really care much about our opponent coming right after, because we have to go all the way anyways. Moving on to Owner, with this 3-1 victory, you managed to advance to the second round. How do you feel? We really had to win the match today, and I'm so relieved and happy that we got a 3-1 victory. What was the most important aspect did you prepare for the matchup up against KT? I thought, you know, getting the favorable matchup in the jungle would be the ideal kind of game plan for us, so we focused on banning 3 picks in the jungle role. And in game 3, you won the unanimous POG on Lilia. So what makes Lilia so strong right now? You know, her clear speed is very fast, and also her skirmish is really strong as well. I think Lilia is a very decent pick in the current meta and patch, and I think actually it's one of the strong picks right now. Then what are your thoughts and resolution for the next round in the playoffs? Yeah, we have no choice, you know, we don't really know who we're going to face up against, but we're pretty confident, you know, with either of the potential matchups, so we will make sure to get another win there. And Faker, so today's match was an elimination match for both of you guys, and it was also the classic Telecom War. What was your mindset going into this matchup? Well, being this is an elimination game, really did not really come into my head. You know, I didn't care too much about that. I just focused on the match itself, and we were able to do well on stage. So you played Smolder for the first time, and that was your 78th champion in the LCK. BDD has been playing the champion a lot, so how do you evaluate this pick right now? I could kind of tell that KT Roaster was drafting around their mid lane. You know, they were prioritizing their mid lane pick a lot. So in the last game, we thought, let's just take that away from that. And I think that strategy worked really well. And Nasus mid has been a recent trend, and it was been throughout today's series. So what are your thoughts on Nasus pick? Well, Nasus?
네.
Yeah.
나서스 네.
It is
네.
a champion.
되게 저는 재밌는
It's
챔피언이라고
a very fun
생각하고
champion.
또 미드에서도 많이 연구되고 있는 것
And
같아서
a lot of people are experimenting it on the mid lane, so I also
좀 신경 쓰고 있습니다.
네.
am paying attention to the current resurgence of Nasus on the mid lane.
T1 어떻게 예상하시고 계실까요?
How do you see T1 performing in the higher rounds, in the bigger stages? It's gonna be pretty different from our regular season form. You know, usually we lost to Genji and Hana Life throughout the summer season, but this time around, we will display a different kind of a form and performance.
자, 이어서 그럼 구마유시 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Now,
KT를 상대로
Gumayusi.
오늘 승리를 하게 된 플레이오프 1라운드였습니다. 오늘
You guys picked up a win up against KT Roaster in the first round of the playoffs. How would you like to summarize your performance and your team's performance today? It means a lot considering the fact that we were able to go for many different strategies, and I think we also need to come back stronger considering that our potential opponents will be either Hana Life or Genji. And Gumayushi, you picked Nilla for the first time this summer in the first game and earned the POG. And you made some bold plays with aggressive engagement. What was your mindset during those moments? Our comp kind of lacked engaged tools, so I thought I would be the one to proactively going forward to make plays and set up for my team. And then in the last game, you and Keria picked your signature Caitlyn Lux combo. How did you view the bot lane matchup? So we were going up against Azure Karma, which is not a prominent or a meta duo right now, and the laning phase is really difficult. You know, it actually, a single aspect can turn the entire bot lane matchup around. So it was a very kind of uncomfortable matchup, but thankfully we managed to go through it and win.
젠지가 저희를 고를 수도 있겠다는 생각이
I mean,
좀 들고요.
I have a feeling that Genji might choose us. I kind of prefer, or I would like to face Genji, but regardless of the outcome, we will do our best, whether it's gonna be Genji or Hana Life. And Keria, T1 prioritized Senna a lot today. How do you evaluate Senna after the recent patch? After the changes, we did a lot of practice with Senna and also against Senna, but I was not sure how it's gonna be played on stage, and I was also unsure whether KT will actually play it, but I think the matchup went as I kind of expected, so I was pretty much relieved. And a lot of people predicted that support matchup would be very crucial today, facing Beryl in the best of 5 for the first time in 2 years. What did you see as the key factors? KT Roaster, they tend to kind of finish their bot lane comp in the second phase in order to add more power to the top side drafting, so we wanted to keep that in mind when it comes to our pick and bans.
자, 그렇다면 이제 플레이오프 2라운드에 대한 각오도 들어보겠습니다.
Then what are your resolutions for the second round of the playoffs? So we are performing on a new patch, so I think it allowed us to kind of get our hands on many different picks, and we are in a very much more comfortable situation compared to the regular season, considering the changes that the patch kind of concluded. So I think we will be able to do better than the regular season. Now back to Faker. As always, T1 showcased an amazing performance in a best of 5 series. So what are your resolution and goals for the playoffs? This summer season, we had a lot of ups and downs. Our performance was fluctuating a lot as well, but we are always doing our best, especially for the playoffs. So I would look forward to your continuous support, and I always appreciate your love. And this will be the end of the post-match interview with the T1 players, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation of the entirety of the T1 squad. 3-1 is the score. KT did sneak a game away in there. And Chronicler, right on both predictions for round 1. How does it feel?
No comment.
He's very happy. Wolf, what do you think?
Twice as correct as me. I only got the first 3-1 Andy correct.
I
was a 3-2 Predator.
We did get the teams right. So Genji does have to choose one of DK and T1. Guma saying that he hopes Genji choose them. That's kind of what we're expecting Genji will choose.
I do think, T1 is the lower seed. I feel like T1... I mean, They showed us some new stuff today, but D Plus seems like a scarier team right now in terms of their draft flexibility.
They're a wild card for sure.
T1 just kind of went back to their old ways and won the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a world where the Gen G still goes for DK, and then it's like maybe T1 can find a way to deal with Hanwha, because I think DK are definitely not looking good in that matchup. But then again, I am kind of with Wolf on this one after what we saw today, and given the record between these two teams in recent history. I imagine Gen G is just going to do the LCK thing and pick the lowest number, which is 4 and not 3. So they're gonna pick T1. It's gonna be available on socials pretty soon.
Yes, it will be on the LCK social media, so you guys can check that within the next 20 or so minutes. They have 30 minutes after the Nexus explodes, which was about 10 minutes ago. So you'll find out very soon. But we're done here for this series. Hope you guys did enjoy. Join us on Wednesday for more of the playoffs. But until then, have a good night.